Λέω να κάνει μια πρωτοτυπία, να ξεκινήσουμε μια φορά ως Έλληνες την ώρα που λέει το πρόγραμμα. Κύριε Γενική, πιστεύω ότι είναι σημαντικό αυτό να ξεκινάμε την ώρα που λέει το πρόγραμμα, γιατί...
Secretary General, I think it's important to start according to the agenda because we often go to events that says start time 11 and we start 11:30. This is usually the case, but we have guests here with us. I think it's good that we start right on time.
Δέσποινα, ξεκινάμε. Είμαστε εντάξει, πήρε τα παρτία.
Despina, we okay to go, to start? So, good morning to everyone. It's still 11 o'clock, so it's good morning. Dear guests, Secretary General, very happy to have you here with us, Secretary General for Forests, representing the Ministry of Environment. Dear guests, dear partners, good morning. We're very happy to have you here, all the partners of this program. Welcome you to this event of KEDE, the Central Union Municipalities in Greece, dedicated to urban green spaces and, of course, the sustainability of these spaces. KEDE, our union, pursues its work on matters having to do with local government organizations on the occasion this time of the Life Green project, which is unique in its area, not only in Greece, but across Europe as well. Of course, the work of KEDE in the area of environment and energy and adaptation to climate change is long-lasting, and we can see this in the partnership has developed with the Ministry of Energy and the Committee of Environment and Energy that is active in our services, and the Board of Directors decisions in pursuing policies for the environment and energy. We will promote essentially of the compact of mayors and the promotion of the local plans and collaboration with involved with many ministries, promoting pilot programs in local government organizations in our country, because without tools and pilot projects it's difficult to convey the knowledge, so it's good to have pilot projects. That's why KEDE is working with other agencies on this area, not only in the environment and in other actions as well, in order to be able to have the good practices, which is what we want to achieve. Today we will have the opportunity to see how the tools of the Life Green project enable local government authorization to have the methodology they need in order to manage urban green spaces. We will receive information on the new institutional framework. We will hear the experiences of the two pilot projects, which is Heraklion in Crete and Marousi. And we will listen to best practices collected across Greece in terms of urban green spaces. So there are going to be two presentations on the financing tools that can support what we're going to describe, because without money it's good to hear all the theories, but all this has a cost. So we're going to need to find funds in order to implement all the programs and the best practices. It's going to be a very interesting event, and all of you working for green spaces in your municipalities you can get all they get various information. So this event is live streamed in Greek and English, and those who attend online can make intervention using the Zoom link you can find on the KEDE website. After thanking you all for being here today, allow me, as Secretary General of KEDE, on behalf of KEDE and the Board of Directors, to start this event, launch this event. Thank you to all who are here, mayors, deputy mayors, the ministry, and I'd like to call to the floor Stathis Stathopoulos, the Secretary General for Forests of the Ministry of the Environment. A person that you know him because he was the chairman of the GrIn Loan. You've worked with him. Stathis, thank you, Dimitris. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be here in an area of my partners, and we at the Ministry, we believe, and we've proven numerous occasions, we've proven that KEDE is our natural ally. Natural ally, but in what? In something that has started out as a change, a climate change, but it has already become a climate crisis. And even those who were in disbelief, some who were numerous at first, if somebody spoke of climate change 10 or 15 years ago, would think that they are part of university exercise for something that is supposed to happen sometime in the future. But unfortunately, climate crisis is something that we are all seeing every day in our life, at home, at work. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention all that we've planned, implemented, and what we have in store for the future. I'm very happy to be here because in my previous capacity, the GrIn Fund, I had participated in an event invited by Dimitris Kafadaris. It was then an event for sustainable cities for the municipalities of Attica and the Peloponnese, where we had presented the first urban regeneration invitation in the framework of the GrIn Fund that included urban green spaces. And also, I will not forget that when I took up my duties as General Secretary for Forests, we had the Dadia fire in Evros, and I received a call by Lazaros Kirizoglu, a person who has worked a long time in local authorities, and was very surprised to hear some very effective proposals for a new forest policy. Now, in the previous four-year period, 2019-2023, we had the opportunity to work primarily with the region of Attica to rejuvenate the Tritsis Park, urban green space, which until the mid-2019, it was at a horrible state. There was no water supply in its two main water reservoirs 2 and 5. Then with Kostis Hadzidakis, we planned the transfer of the responsibility for the park to the local authorities, to the region and local municipalities. And I think that even most strict, even if somebody who is very strict, if he just visits the Tritsis Park, can actually see that the region of Attica and the municipalities of Ilio, Anariari, Rika, Matero, and through an innovative program implemented by the Ministry and the GrIn Fund, the picture today is considerably better. Of course, one might wonder, is what you're saying enough to correct a very problematic picture that we have of urban green in Attica and mostly in Thessaloniki? Unfortunately, I'm being blunt, obviously we haven't done all that we could have done in recent years. So in the upcoming years, we need to take into account all the funding tools we have at our disposal, the RRF, the NSRF, the GrIn Fund or regional funds, try to change this picture. And I imagine the interesting presentations that will follow will showcase this problem, that Athens and Thessaloniki have the lowest average coverage of urban green in Europe, and it is a picture that we must change in this direction. This last June, the Minister of Environment, Mr. Skylakakis, in cooperation with the Forest Service, the General Secretariat for Forests and the General Directorate, we issued a more or less clarifying ministerial decision that fully determines the competence and the willingness of the Forest Services to be at the disposal of the municipalities in order to organize actions for peri-urban green. Either we talk about urban parks or forests that that neighboring the urban fabric. Unfortunately, the Pedeli fire brought about this problem and the need to go faster. Now, all this past time and 2023 to 2024, part of the funds of the Antinero program. Antinero program is the largest program ever implemented by the Greek state in the prevention and clearing of spaces dedicated to peri-urban forests in Ioannina, in Piscinella, in Arta, which had there was already designed to clear this park for 45 years, but this was a huge problem because it was owned by 4 different services or agencies, and we haven't stopped there. Our programmatic agreement with the municipality of Drama has been signed, and its urban park is being taken care of and now managed. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that the presentation of this program, the Life Green program, where the General Directorate of Forest was a key partner, and just a few days ago we had a similar discussion in Xanthi, where we showcased all the actions that have taken place for Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, focusing, of course, on the peri-urban forests of Drama and other small forests in Central Macedonia. We are expecting to sign a new programmatic agreement with Veria, and our main plan for the upcoming 2 years, using funds from Antinero and other available funds which we can claim in partnership with you and create the institutional framework, is firstly the peri-urban forest of Thessaloniki called Seixou, and very soon we will be in a position to present the reforestation that was affected by the fire of 1998, which has not been managed yet, has not been developed, and although the rest of the Seixou forest care of the municipality and the region is looking much better. So the upcoming reforestation that will start in December, we presented soon that will start end November, early December, will be a very important intervention for Thessaloniki. And as I said before, we are at your disposal of the municipalities here in Attica, in order to seek urban green spaces which are either have experienced problems in care or maintenance, or various other problems in terms of ownership, or have not been included in the planning of available spaces in the previous year. So I hereby declare very openly and honestly that we are at the disposal of municipalities in order to look into these issues, and I look forward to hearing conclusions of the 2 pilot municipalities, the municipality of Heraklion in Crete and the municipality of Marousi in Attica, which studied the limitation of the release of CO2, the protection of water deposits, and of course increasing green in terms of the covered area. Issues like thermal islands, the increase of temperature won't tire saying, and both the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Civil Protection have said it repeatedly, not because we need to repeat it again and again because we need to believe it, but we need to say it because we are experiencing this fire protection period this year had three negative records. The first was that we had the warmest June of the past 45 years, at least 45 years, the warmest July, and in the overall 90 days of the hard fire protection period, the through summer months, 75 of those 90 days were at more than 36 degrees, and 30 of those days showed a temperature of over 40%. This is not a justification for any fire, the fires that broke out, although this year had a better picture in the past 70 years. Nevertheless, and this is the last, I would like to conclude with this and give you some information for the reparation of Pendeli. The urban green did suffer, was truly affected because the fire reached the urban fabric, affecting the municipality of Pendeli, the municipality of Halandri, and the municipality of Vrilisia. Let me also add that the urban green that was affected has undergone somewhat. Well, we have completed all the clearing of the burnt areas, whether the army hospital or the monastery, the Pendeli hospital, and after the delivery of the reinstatement rehabilitation design, it will be improved very soon. It will be implemented. There will be two urban green areas around the monastery and the observatory. We will continue reforestation work. There's going to be a short-term program which has to do with, which is called Πρασινίζω το κήπο μου, πρασινίζω την Pendeli, contributing green to my garden and to Pendeli, and with 25,000 plants from the public nurseries that of our general directorate. These 25,000 plants will be delivered to inhabitants, to residents, in order to plant their gardens that were affected by the fire. And of course, the implementation of the flood protection projects for Pendeli, since we are in Attica. I'd like to say a few things about that as well. And these works will strengthen the region of the first action from Varnava to the Marathonas Lake, and the second part from the Marathonas Lake to Rapendos, and the third part in Nea Pendeli, as analyzed earlier. To conclude, I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate many of the municipalities that have already started putting forward urban green projects, which until 2019-2020 was something that we rarely saw, whether these are smart parks or and I believe somebody will discuss the Protagoras Park that was implemented in the municipality of Marousi and other in Attica. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that supporting urban green was not only the scope of applied European program like Life Green that is being presented today, but it is our guide for the green policy that we will follow in years to come with the funding tools that we have at our disposal. Thank you for your attention. I wish you the very best of success to this event and to all the relevant projects that municipalities will implement in the country through various funding programs. Thank you very much.
We thank the Secretary General Lord for his contribution, and his work in all the years that we've worked together very closely. He always made very pleasant proposals. He has been very helpful for all municipalities, and we need to say these things because we need to know the good things apart from the bad things that we usually say. So municipalities did have entered a new cycle, urban municipalities with greenery, innovative actions that they take. So it's very important to see new things that contribute to climate crisis, or rather to the prevention of climate crisis and the improvement of the life standard of citizens. So we'll end the first session, which is entitled, or rather, the talks of the partners regarding the project Life Green research and project results. And the first one to take the floor is Dr. Tsagari Nana, who is a researcher of the Forest Ecology and Hydrology Lab and former director of the Institute for Mediterranean Forest Ecosystem Research. And she's going to talk to us about the redefinition management of green infrastructure, urban ecosystems, and the climate crisis. You have the floor. First of all, I'd like to thank KEDE for the excellent organization of this event, and I'd like to personally thank Ms. Hamakioti because her contribution to the project on the part of the KEDE was quite significant. So climate crisis is one of the major changes for our society. Scientific studies have proved that vegetation is the most efficient, effective means to deal with the mitigation and management of negative effects of climate conditions, the improvement of quality of life in our sites, the improvement of the resilience and the regulation of the functions of any city, in the promotion of the living standards, hence improving the lifestyle of people. Now, vegetation has got an important contribution because it has a bioclimatic, something bioclimatic to offer. It has got 3 mechanisms in place in order to reduce the temperature, the air temperature, by catalyzing the solar energy, and it retains the pollution, and it also reduces sound pollution. It retains the pollutants. It provides oxygen. It enriches the biodiversity, aesthetic upgrading, of course, and it also offers this sense of being in contact with nature. The European Commission, for all these reasons that we mentioned earlier, defines the urban greenery spaces as solutions inspired and supportive of nature, inspired by, rather, and supportive of nature, which give a lot of environmental, social, and financial benefits, and also contribute to resilience. So green spaces can help in climate adaptation, mitigating climate crisis, and improve the resilience of cities, and therefore they are of paramount importance for the cities and towns of the country. Now, for all these reasons, the European Union, for many years, starting in 2008, in fact, set the target to shield our cities, and has established the Mayors' Pact on climate and energy, and I believe almost all of the mayors of Greece have signed this. In 2013, it announced a new strategy to encourage the use of green infrastructure, which makes it an integral part of town planning. If we could dim the lights, perhaps, or switch off the lights on the ceiling, at least at the front, says the lady. Moving on, 2021, it approved a new strategy for the adaptation to climate change, and very recently, in August of 2024, A colleague of ours, Mr. Yuriadis, informed me that it has included a new legislation, new jurisprudence actually, regarding the preservation and increase in the urban green. Now, all this has been created by the European Union as a means of support, and one can find financing tools and instruments once they are within the scope of the EU legislation. So the strategy of the European Union regarding green infrastructure aims at preserving healthy ecosystems so that they're able to offer valuable services to society. At the same time, the World Health Organization, recognizing the importance of urban green infrastructures for health, considers them an essential in order to achieve sound and rather healthy and sustainable cities. And this is why it believes that the minimum green ratio in the cities cannot be less than 10 square meters per resident. We're going to revisit this ratio later. Now, in the past decades, we've seen the emergence of sustainable development of cities, which has further upgraded the place of green in the urban fabric as a key factor for the achievement. In a sustainable city, the needs of the present are fulfilled without undermining or rather compromising the depletion of natural resources, which are necessary for the next generations based on the balanced development of all the components, natural environment, economy, and society. This is why the management of urban environment is a challenge for those for policymakers, given the land use conflicts. In our country, unfortunately, the urban green has fallen victim of the lack of town planning and spatial planning, and as a result, we have got a irregular building of the cities, lack of open public spaces, and you see pictures of Athens and Thessaloniki, the two major urban centers of Greece, where unfortunately urbanization was a major driver of environmental changes because they're constantly under pressure. Now, let us look at the ratios of urban green per resident in various cities. In Washington, it's 50 square meters per resident. In The Hague, 27.7. Amsterdam, 27 square meters. Vienna, 20 square meters. Berlin, 13 square meters. Rome, 9 square meters, always per resident, which is the limit for the WHO. Paris, 8. Thessaloniki, 2.7. And Athens, 2.4. So the situation is challenging in our country. Thankfully, the other day there was a nice event that took place at the municipality of Marousi, and it was with pleasure that I heard that the urban green ratio per resident ratio in Marousi is around 8, thanks to, of course, this gross park, not the other municipal green spaces, but even that is enough. It is important. Now, urban green, this is very important that we all need to understand. Urban green must be seen as an urban infrastructure, just like bridges and roads, absolutely essential for the operation of any city. And the aim should be to set up or just to create a network, a green network, a network of green spaces, and rather than in a fragmentary manner. And this is critical and very important, and this is something that we have included in our projects, and we passed it on to all the municipalities that we visited. So the type of climate crisis and crisis of public health, urban green can ensure socio-economic well-being of citizens. By way of example, I'm going to show you some photos of climate crisis from around the country. Unfortunately, even small towns and cities in our country have got similar problems. So we see photos from Evros, Xanthi, the center of Athens. When the rainfall is just a little bit higher, we see images like this. This is Zakynthos, Evia, Thessaloniki. So for all of us that deal with urban green, and including the municipal authorities, this is a challenge to upgrade urban green and to onboard European policies that we need to include in the way we manage green spaces, because all these have to do with climate and biodiversity, and adapt them, of course, customize them and adapt them to the conditions of our country, considering the climate, the weather conditions, the soil, etc. Now, the municipal authorities have to play a critical role in the creation of supportive mechanisms for the planning, administrative management, monitoring, and financing. The development of urban green spaces calls for strategic thinking, strategic planning, policies, and strategic management that will deal with the present and future of the city. And the action plans need to meet the special needs of each and every individual city. Now, let's come to the project. And I've said all this because I believe that the Life Green project has got innovative actions that will, that in our opinion, can resolve some of all these problems, because it consists in a very integrated way of dealing with urban challenges through the use of modern technologies, state-of-the-art technologies, the necessary infrastructures. So in the world where the extreme climate conditions appear all the more often, it's very important to take into account and to onboard European policies, integrate European policies to improve the quality of the urban green spaces. Now, this program is joined by the Mediterranean Forest Ecosystems Institute. I had the honor of being the coordinator. The director there is Mrs. Alexandra Solomou, that has worked very hard. The Ministry of Environment and Energy, Technomiostasis, a company that is highly active in the area of software development, the management of urban green, KEDE, Mrs. Hamakioti had a major contribution, and the municipality of Iraklion with Mrs. Frankouli, and the municipality of Marouchi with Mr. Tsolkas. The contribution was really critical. The financing was approximately 1.7 million euro. The duration was quite long because, first of all, of COVID, where the projects could not be implemented, and secondly, because green projects, well, we needed more time in order for the result of all these actions to become evident. Here you see the two municipalities that took part in the project, because there were projects, management measures had to be proposed, and then we had to evaluate their legislation, or other enactment. The aims of the program were to promote the development of strategic planning, which is something that is missing and we consider very important. We need to have strategic goals, strategic planning, not just say, okay, I'm going to plan something here and something there, but we have the strategic objective, and depending on the available funds by the end of the project or the timeline, rather, of the strategy, the projects will be completed. establishment of specifications in order to integrate the climate targets, and of course information of the decision makers. This is very important because everyone who makes decision regarding financing and targets and objectives within the municipality needs to be well informed about the benefits of rational management of green, preservation of biodiversity, a key issue, establishment of guidelines and KPIs that enable us to know whether we're on track with regard to our management measures, or we need to make revisions, and of course create the right conditions for the health and well-being of the residents, the citizens. These were the targets of the project, and we've met them all, given that the audit that was performed by the European Union in June 2024, we were congratulated on the completion of the project and the completion of all the targets. The actions, whether were preliminary, implementation, monitoring, and activation and communication. European Commission focuses on communication, and it's absolutely right, because everything we do needs to be well communicated to people. Here you see some of the research team of the Institute, Mrs. Solomo, as I said, and Mr. Prutos, who is the meteorologist of the team, because we also had meteorology stations in these two municipalities, so that we could have measurable results in terms of the change of the microclimate, thanks that they were owed, or thanks to the interventions. Now, very briefly, I'll tell you that the strategic plan, what is it? It is a set of goals and policies, targets and policies. So every municipality needs to decide what kind of targets it has got and then implement policies that will contribute to the improvement of the quality of life of the citizens through the services of the green spaces. Now, another target was the development of a collaborative platform. This is a platform. This is a very important tool that was created for the collection and organization of data regarding green spaces, and help the decision makers to make the right decisions and have an overall picture of the current situation. Finally, we were lucky enough that Mr. Boudouphas, as General Director, improved the forestry legislation by integrating or embedding, rather, the outcomes of the project. So we've got new legislation. This was difficult to achieve, and therefore we thank the General Directorate for Forestry, for forests, rather, because it drafted a study that included the outcomes of this project. So whenever somebody designs a specification, the specifications for green spaces, it has to take into account this legislation. And we had the replication in 14 municipalities. Now, as a result of the monitoring, and I'll give you show you some examples. Mr. Prutos in Marousi measured last year when the air temperature was 42 degrees Celsius. On the pavement was 42. On the road, it was 54, and on the grass it was 38, on the bushes 36, and if the plants had grown, the temperature would have been much lower. So you do realize how the microenvironment changes or is improved given the climate crisis. Now, regarding communication dissemination, along with the ministry, we disseminate the results to 6 regions. More about this you'll hear from Mr. Papaspiropoulos. We also had a TV spot that was broadcast. We also showed it on the Parliament channel, and we made a presentation before the Environment Committee, Parliamentary Committee. We also demonstrated this or showed this to all these municipalities, and we trained the staff. We told them about the project and what strategic planning and specifications are all about, and all this helped them with the greenery management. And we also went to Italy in order to exchange views about what we do and what they do. Of course, they're much better in terms of urban green management. They have got excellent, much better spatial planning in place. But information exchange is always very important and useful. Finally, I'd like to talk to you about the tools that came up from this program. Strategic planning, the specifications that have been enacted, the creation of a KPI system, KPIs and criteria system to measure the results, the collaborative platform, and the legislation that I told you earlier. Unfortunately, we also ascertained something else that occurs in our country, that is lack of awareness raising among citizens regarding the urban greenery, because citizens in municipalities are not feeling contact with the nature. Therefore, students and pupils and students need to be educated. Therefore, we created a environmental textbook for instructors and teachers, and this is intended for primary school pupils, and this textbook is available for everyone. It's one of the outcomes of this project, and in the first part gives information regarding the importance of urban green, and the second part it shows activities through which students and pupils can get to know urban green and what climate crisis means, etc. Now, integrated management that takes into account all the functions and values of urban green is not something unrealistic or impossible. So cities like Kalamata, that has been rewarded by WWF as the best city of the country in terms of urban green, or else Trikala, that has made the best possible use of its river and riverbed. Our countries are far from being perfect, but we're going to try for the best. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Tsagari. Ms. Tsagari, she's actually inspired of the project through her research and her career. And now we will move on and give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Emilia Kontogianni, a forester, and she will discuss redefinition of green infrastructure management, urban ecosystems at a time of climate crisis. Ms. Kontogianni, you have the floor. Good morning on my part. Truly, it's touching to see such a great interest from municipalities regarding green and green spaces, because when I started out, the concept of managing urban green, in essence, wasn't even there. We'll see how we redefine the management through more modern models by looking at cities as ecosystems. Urban ecosystems are rather strange types of ecosystems. They're dynamic, complex, making up a complex of ecological and social interaction taking place in the urban space. Therein, abiotic factors are expressed differently in relation to natural ecosystems. For example, temperatures are locally higher and creating the phenomenon of an urban heat island, and the hydrological cycle is disturbed due to increased runoff and reduced seepage. Since this characteristic of urban ecosystems are challenges for the sustainability of cities, at the end of the day, how we perceive these urban areas focus on their negative consequences and the negative characteristics. Nevertheless, cities are rich in diversity ecosystem, playing host to many plant and animal species, both native and non-native, which are adapted to man-made environments. Urban green infrastructure is the network of natural and artificial vegetation elements such as parks, plants, trees, etc., integrated in the urban environment. It combines the characteristic of natural systems as a key element of urban ecosystem. It operates as a link between natural and built-up areas, thus creating an integrated system where the natural environment coexists and interacts with human activity, thus supporting a balance and functionality of life in the city. Rapid climate change, which is now considered a climate crisis, has caused serious ecological disequilibrium across the entire planet, but this can be seen mostly in urban areas. As a response to that, European Union and global organizations have taken initiatives to promote urban green infrastructure through policies and funding tools, stressing its importance in the sustainable urban development and the resilience of cities. Thus, the urban green infrastructure as a solution based on nature is showcased as a strategic approach to create multifunctional green networks that can offer a wide range of environmental, social, and financial advantages. Green infrastructure as a particularity being able to increase its direct and indirect value through management. Proper management offers the benefits that can be enjoyed as in the case of any natural resource. But the lack of management guides us to creates a series of problems, including conflicts of interest with utilities, high risk, and often damage caused by trees that are in poor health and low stability, which generate a financial cost. All these issues are intensified through weather events, and we often see accidents with fallen trees, etc. And unfortunately, these phenomena have fatal consequences. The problem is that in previous years in Greece, the measures for maintenance and care of green required in the framework of management was considered a negative aspect as an additional requirement for funds. Apart from the lack of integrated management, there is a gap in providing information regarding these resources because the green spaces are considered a resource. So in the framework of the Life Green program, we introduced the concept of urban green strategic management concept, referring to a set of targets and policies that contribute to enhancing climate resilience and the well-being of residents. The project is based on the European Commission's new strategy for adaptation to climate change with a horizon of year 2050. The strategy has four main pillars, with targets and deliverables of Life Green being similar. The first is to make this adaptation smarter. Thus, we propose new technological tools like the cooperation platform that we will describe in a little while, and have this adaptation implemented quicker, more systemically through specific specification and norms. By integrating nature-based solutions. The European Union has created the Climate Adapt platform that includes the urban adaptation support tool to help municipalities in developing and monitoring their adaptation plans. This is where we wanted to include the management of green spaces. That's why on this tool, we prepare the specification for managing the program by municipalities as a strategic integrated management plan, and not only independently isolated in every urban green space. And we are responding to the green as one single infrastructure. The structure of the management plan has a cycle of political adaptation, is an ongoing process that is often updated and has 6 steps. I think you've all received the relevant information. So we have the preparation of the plan, the assessment of risk and vulnerabilities of climate change, definition and selection of means and measures, assessment thereof, implementation product strategy, and monitoring and evaluation of the results. As we said, the scope is the urban green infrastructure managed by the municipality and includes spaces with vegetation. We're not care about the scale, so we can include parks, playgrounds, small forests. The management strategic plan is presented to all stakeholders and any interested party, which would be a utility, municipality, and of course the public, the professionals of the region. And we want to collect and process all the views in order to update and improve the plan. It has a 10-year term. In phase 2, the Life Green team wants to provide instructions for monitoring and evaluating the quality and quantity of urban green infrastructure and its contribution to adaptation and mitigation of climate change. Thus, we prepared a guide that includes a model system that responds to the requirements and particularities of urban ecosystems to implement the governments and decision-making in exercising urban forestry and managing urban green spaces. As we said, urban green infrastructure is a key component of the sustainability of systems. I'm not going to discuss all the indicators, specifications. As I said earlier, you can find all this information on the website, official website of the program, and you can contact us for that. But I would like to focus on a couple of key points in the management of urban green by municipalities. In general, there's very few quality and quantity information concerning the existing status of urban green spaces, how they operate and how they can be optimized. Since if we don't know what we have, we can't manage it, we can't set the targets, we can't improve the situation. So a result of this lack of information is the fact that it's difficult to ensure that the urban green is not properly distributed in space and it's not generate the best possible result. So on this logic and the framework of the Life Green program, we created the cooperation platform, the partnership platform, which it is our ambition to help make a national urban green infrastructure register. So we need also funds. Usually the key source of funding is the budget of a municipality. We often seek grants and subsidies. Placing a monetary value to urban trees is included in the urban green program and has to do with what trees offer to cities. In this approach, the trees are now seen as assets with specific financial value, helping cities understand and promote their environmental and financial benefits. This promotes better management, protection of urban green, at the same time encourages investment in new green infrastructure. When we did the management plan for the municipality of Kalamarias, for example, we calculated that approximately 29,000 trees in the city of Kalamarias are worth more than 38 million euro. Moreover, in the United States, by spending for every tree approximately $13, we have a result that can reach up to $89 per year, where in Lisbon, for every tree that costs $45 in maintenance, the benefits can be up to $204 per tree. Local authority can benefit from training programs and technological tools which are available both by university agencies and research agencies, and now the private sector have also gone into this adopted this logic, and therefore with these tools they can lay the foundation for sustainable practice in the future. Local authority needs to promote the activities with the partnership with the inhabitants, because they play an important role in the development of acceptable and effective measures for urban green infrastructure. The concept of sustainability can be implemented in the urban ecosystem, given that urban green is a natural resource to be managed. So defining sustainability, we describe the maintenance of a level of ecological equilibrium, preventing the degradation and exhaustion of the resource by maximizing the benefits coming from that resources. In this sense, the European Union considers that nature-based solutions are financially beneficial, and IUCN states that these solutions offer benefits to society and the environment. I want to discuss Rule 330-300, and says that every inhabitant should be able to see at least 3 trees from his home and enjoy a tree canopy cover of 30% in his neighborhood and not live more than 300 meters away from the near green area. On the one hand, local authorities need to plan and implement the management enhancing green infrastructure, and the citizens must be active participants by expressing their needs and proposals. And this collective effort is of decisive importance to develop a healthy and resilient urban ecosystem. Thank you very much for your attention. If you need us to discuss something, I'm at your disposal. First of all, congratulations. Thank you very much, Ms. Kondogiannis, for her presentation, which I could say increased our interest for the deliverables of the project. And now we will continue with the third presentation from the Ministry of Environment. Ministry of Environment and Energy, a ministry with which we have excellent cooperation both in other European programs and through the issues concerning the local authorities with climate change and the environment. So we should be aware of the new institutional framework that has been introduced by the ministry, and that's why we give the floor to alternate professor Mr. Papastopoulos from the Ministry of Energy.
Γενικά, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Τώρα στο τέλος τα χαλάσατε λίγο. Το σύνορο το λέτε Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος και Ενέργειας. Τώρα δεν το είπατε Υπουργείο Ενέργειας.
Now, I'm saying I see the change. Everybody's calling it the Ministry of Energy, but it's a Ministry of Environment and Energy. That's the name. Environment comes first. Because I see on my name tag it says that I am part of the Ministry of Energy, but the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Let's not forget that for us right now, with me as Zuku, we're at the process for Apollo 1. So for us, energy takes precedence. I understand this, but if we manage the environment correctly and in a sustainable manner and with the principles that we raise, we will have less need to manage energy. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Konstantinos Papaspiropoulos. I'm an alternate professor at the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki, and since 2020 I'm a scientific advisor of the Ministry of Environment and Energy and Life GrIn. So I would like to present some of the work we've done in these 6, I believe, years that we've been implementing the program, and also see the institutional framework that we've developed. But I want to help you understand, because some of you are hearing these things for the first time. We would like to help you understand that we at the Ministry of Environment and Energy, we were responsible for parks. The Ministry of Environment, we have all the urban green, but as the General Directorate, we also discuss the parks. But we understand these are 90% of urban green in our cities. That's why I have some clarifications here that the Ministry of Environment is responsible for the institutional framework of urban green spaces in our General Director, we are responsible only for the institutional framework that concerns parks and groves, and we've also included these photographs so that the Forest Service is not responsible for each individual tree, but many of you working in the municipalities are responsible. We are no longer also responsible for tree clusters. For green roofs and vertical gardens, we never were responsible. These are urban green spaces that we were not involved in the legislation, but for parks, groves, and common green areas resembling parks and groves, we are responsible for developing the institutional framework, and the Forest Service across the country with the local agencies is responsible for approving the plans and the designs that you submit when you want to have some projects within parks or groves that have been ceded to you by the Forest Service. Let me say a few things for the applicable national community law for parks and groves, general rules, the legislation that concerns mostly the law 998 of 1979 as amended. So in this project we had undertaken to see if based on the result of the project we could amend some part of the legislation, either with a new law or ministerial decision. And what in essence we saw that we could do more directly was amend the existing ministerial decision that has been approved to 2015, amended in 2020, which sets out the specifications to prepare the designs that the municipalities must submit to the local forest services in order to get the approval and perform the projects. This ministerial decision of 2015, which as we will see further on, has not been really implemented, is addressed to forest experts and agroponists that are responsible for implementing the specifications in order to deliver the designs that you will submit to the Forest Service. So in seeing the institutional framework, we first thought of organizing some events and meet with municipalities in many areas of the country and prepare a questionnaire and send it to various countries. In 2022, we had six such events with discussion and with consultation with municipalities and for local forest services. And this was in COVID. Many of these meetings were held online. Most were online, but some were in person. And we had also some officials participating in this meeting, so we had the input of officials. These are some photos from our events, and we created a questionnaire for the various services, and we asked some questions, and we talked to the forest services, and we saw that indeed this ministerial decision has not been implemented extensively. Not many designs have been submitted to the local forest services by municipalities for the approval and the implementation of projects within parks. But the Forest Service, and because GrIn is a program which in essence is trying to integrate the climate dimension, the adaptation of cities through green infrastructure to the climate change, to climate crisis, agreed to update this ministerial decision with including a dimension that concerns climate change. And we presented the results in the biannual conference of our sector a year ago. I don't know how much time I have at my disposal, so we saw from our meetings and consultations, we saw that in the pro-life green institution there was no provision for climate information within this ministerial decision. So this does not include best practices for the management of urban green. So through the proposals of Life Green was the use of the urban adaptation support tools of the Climate Adapt platform, which is a platform of the European Union that offers best practices for adaptation to climate change. So we prepared a new institutional framework from the results of the projects, the events, the consultation, and the questionnaire. So we amended the ministerial decision, which was promulgated in June 2024. You see that in the preamble, we said that we mentioned the need of using the results of proposals of the Life Green project in addressing climate change. So any designer can use the results of the Life Green project, and also taking also this into account, we created Article 2 of the amendment, which says that in the framework of climate adaptation and contribution of forest areas in the urban framework of Article 1 Parks and Groves, take into account the results of guidelines of Life Green projects that have been posted from 31 January 2021, which is in the hands of the agriculturalists and forest experts to include these specifications in their design. They can also visit the Climate Adapt platform of the European Organization for Environment in order to draw best practices for the management of green infrastructure as a measure to combat the climate crisis. So here we see here that there is a provision where you can draw more updated information and see best practices so that the designers can help them in developing their design to combat the problems in the various municipalities. So the new provision will be implemented by the agriculturalists and designers in preparing the designs for the management of parks, groves, and common use green areas are seeded by the forest services to first and second level local authority organization, which can implement some projects their own only after approval of the management designed by the Forest Service. And this ministerial decision must be further implemented because we've seen from discussions, from consultation, the questionnaire, that the ministerial decision is not extensively applied. Very quickly, let's take a quick look at this platform. It is a digital tool of the European Union for adaptation to climate change. It was created along with the European Union strategy on this issue. It includes data practices and optimum solutions and is addressed to public agencies, researchers and professionals that are working on climate change adaptation. It is a database with information on the consequences of climate change, strategies and adaptation plans, and best practices from various European cities. What we are mostly interested in the second tool, the urban adaptation support tool. The first is the adaptation support tool that helps create policies for adaptation to climate change. But the second tool is the one that is of greater interest to us and aims at helping cities developing, implementing and monitoring plans for adaptation to climate change, and provides various tools for municipalities. And indeed, this is quite important for those that have subscribed the Compact of Municipalities and help the signatories of the Covenant of Mayors for Climate to contribute to the resilience of cities. I know we'll see various examples today. I will give an example as a benchmark here, an example that we can see in the platform from a park in Madrid, in an area of 10,000 square meters, where there were many problems from storms and rainfall with great flooding, which affected the surrounding residences. Complex projects were performed to control flood waters, and the measures extensively reduce the erosion and the pressure of the waste management system, and the additional benefit from the increased moisture in the ground, which contributes to mitigating the urban heat island phenomenon. So all this information designers can find in the platform and integrate ideas in their management design. The cost of this adaptation was 34 euros per square meters. It was funded exclusively by the municipality of Madrid. There has not been any financial valuation of other benefits to recreation or mental health of people, and other 5 parks in Spain have applied the same practice. Let me talk about other actions at the Ministry of Environment and Energy. As the Secretary General for Forests who spoke 20 days ago, we had an event that was held in Xanthi. So apart from Athens and Thessaloniki, we place emphasis on other cities. I don't think that I believe a city like Xanthi was lacking green completely in the urban fabric. We participated in the replication workshop in Perugia, Italy, December 2023. We disseminated the program through social media and through the ministry's website, and material that has been distributed, all these meetings and events that we participated. I believe that we had an excellent partnership with all the parties of the project. 30 September, the project will be concluded after 6 years. We managed to modernize the institutional framework that concerns the management of parks and groves with the agreement of the forest services for integration of the climate emission, and now we can integrate European best practices in the management of parks and groves to relieve cities from the climate crisis. This was our team here at the Ministry of Environment. I have also an overall picture from the event in Xanthi, Leuda Pacona, Irini Alexiou, Katerina Kuglaou are here today with us, Lisa Silianos Jaferos and Evangelos Goudouf as the Director General for Forests, all will help us reach our targets and objectives. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank Mr. Papasphiropoulos for this presentation, and because it's very important for all of us to know what the legislative framework is, or else there are mistakes made and hence delays. And now we move on. We continue our excellent collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and Energy in all areas in order to promote the interests of the municipalities and our citizens. So for the benefit of the municipalities, we strive to take part in the partners in projects like GrIn, and we call all the representatives of local government organizations that implemented as a pilot the methodology of this project to describe their experience, their observations, and any challenges and difficulties they came across, they encountered. We'll start with Heraklion first. Marousi will have to wait. We'll start from afar, because Marousi is only next doors. You need to fly back to your island. So, dear Erofili Fragouli, you have the floor. Please talk to us about your experience in Heraklion. And we also have with us Mr. Yannitakis, the mayor of Heraklion, with us. You're a team, aren't you? Yes, of course, he's accompanying me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Erofili Fragouli. I'm the director of the Environment and Commerce Directorate of the Municipality of Heraklion, Crete. We thank KEDE for the excellent organization of today's event and for inviting us here. Also, I'd like to thank Mrs. Mahamaket Despina, with whom we've worked smoothly so far in the implementation of the project and the organization of today's seminar event. I'll talk about the actions of GrIn in the city of Heraklion. I'm the coordinator of GrIn in Heraklion. I need full screen feature.
Εντάξει. Λοιπόν, εντάξει. Ο Δήμος Ηρακλείου.
So, the municipality of Heraklion, there seems to be a problem with the presentation. So, the technician is joining us here. Technology plays tricks like this, and people always take precedence. That's why our people take precedence, because there can be no technology without people.
Ο Δήμος Ηρακλείου.
The municipality of Heraklion in July 2018, with the decision of the Municipal Council, decided to take part in the European project GrIn and set up the project team, Mr. Koukoulakis, Mr. Paraskevas and myself, as coordinator of the total budget of 1.7 billion euro. We're going to implement a project with a budget. We implement the project with a budget of 297,000 euro. Moreover, now, with this amount, we use this amount in order to upgrade 10 existing green areas of approximately 53.5 streamers with additional plantations and irrigation networks. Moreover, we set up a new irrigation area of 7 streamers, which has been completed with 7 acres rather in Eritrea stream with urban equipment and new plantings, pneumatic irrigation network. We tried for these new green areas to be well distributed, uniformly distributed across our municipality. Here, very briefly, we have called it. We list the 10 areas, the area they cover, and the number of plants. In the last one, in the Eritrea stream, this is a brand new project, and all in all, we have got 60,000 square meters and 53,400 new plants were planted. Mostly we had not trees, but rather bushes and other small plants. Now, the Theotokopoulos Park is in the heart of the city. Not much to show here. We have got the Lion's Gate here. So it is a plant in the heart of Heraklion, and you know all this, I suppose. It is our central park, the second largest of the city, where we had to intervene because it lacked plantation. It lacked green. The problem was the shading. We couldn't find the right plants so far. One-dimensional use of the park. You couldn't use it for many purposes. We need to design flower beds, different levels. We introduced new material with sitting areas and nice gravel. We used totally brand new materials for underneath the trees. We used special species of flowers and plants that can survive in shade. You see what it used to be like. There was just soil there. This is the new park of Theotokopoulos, with corridors where you can walk, and underneath the trees there are sitting areas and benches for people to enjoy the tree shade. You see pictures of the park here, a bird-eye view of the park. Everything has been planted. There is no soil. Here we have got grass and flowers. This is the Kazantzakis tomb, a very important monument in the city, the Venetian walls. There used to be plantation there, but we need to intervene because the design was not proper. And it is a highly visited monument. Now, here we have got 6 corridors. There is a unification between the tomb and of the tomb with the walls. So the Kazantzakis tomb and the Venetian walls have been unified now, better connected. So the two monuments have been connected. We have got linear plantation, the linear plantation of the various plants. This is an information sign. The types of plants that, list of the plants that have been used, Oreganum, Dictamus, Oreganum onitis, Addis Mary, all in all 3,157 plants, and actually the actual routes and pathways are designed in such a manner as to climb up all the way to the Kazantzakis tomb. The Chrysopigi stream is another area where we intervened. Here you see the plan, the information sign, the irrigation network. Obviously, all the works have been completed. We have used proper irrigation pipes in order to be fit for the type of water that is used. All our parks, live green parks, we have got automatic irrigation systems with clever, smart computers and purple pipes that will be used because we use the water treatment plant water to use. This is a list of the plants that have been used of the plantation. Here you see photos of the park, the various species, salvia, silicium. Now the Panagiotaki Avenue is close to the Pancratian University. Here we replaced the leyland with cedar trees. The total area is 6,500 square meters, and a total of 2,950 plants were used. Some photos before and after. The Puli Park is a small one, but is highly visited. A lot of plants, native plants of Crete, have been planted there. And we have got before and after photos again. The Plastira Avenue medians, just below the Venetian walls. A total area of 1,200 square meters, and 1,300 plants were used, and 50 square meters of turf was laid to emphasize, or rather to highlight the Nicholas Plastiras bust. Only native plants of Crete were planted in the area. These photos were taken at the beginning. Now, this is the Madvas plant. Again, you see the Venetian walls. This is the park. It is in the moat, within the moat of the Venetian walls. The plantations have been completed, 6,000 square meters all in all. 2,300 plants were used. In the green area, the Madvas park has been adopted by the Madvas family. and they actually donated various exercise workout rather instruments for people to work out. This is the list of the plants that were used. These are the workout instruments and the new plants. The Sophia Park in Katsabas, off the center of the city. Not everything has to be done in the center of the city. You have to look at the outskirts as well. We've got 785 new plants over an area of 6,500 square meters before and after. Now, this is the Dilina pine forest, this green area here. With issues here, there was a pine forest where the pine trees were really sick. They were not properly planted. They couldn't survive. There was they were highly competitive between them. The Forest Authority allowed us to cut some of these trees, despite the objections of citizens. Raised objections, and they appealed against these projects to the courts, but we won the case. And all in all, we had 9,279 new plants planted there. You see the irrigation network, the information signs, a list of the plants that were used in sunny spots and in shady spots. Now, this is the new green area and the Erythrea stream. The study concerns 3 common areas in the area of Messabelis of the approved general urban plan, and it includes roads and as well medians and pavements. We only use native Cretan species. In collaboration with an agronomist, we found Forbias, Ferma communis, very common in Crete, and we used
για ενημέρωση των επισκεπτών. Το πριν.
And we use the proper types. This is before and after. You see the meteorological station, the start of plantations, new trees, the plan in AutoCAD, photorealistic, and this is a list of all the plants that were used. And these are all indigenous of Crete. It was a delay in the project because of red tape in the KEDE award, contract signing rather, but we managed, and we finished in time. And these are the plants. There were thousands of new plants, and this is where we placed them temporarily before the actual for the parks to be completed, and then start planting them after the spring of 2023. This is the end of my presentation regarding this project, and now our Vice Mayor will talk to us about some good practices, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Yannitakis or Marousi, because I'm done with Marousi. There are a few things about good practices. Nikos, will you take the floor now or later on? Marousi can wait then. The Vice Mayor, Mr. Yannitakis, will take the floor first. We heard the experience of the first of the two pilots with Ms. Vragouli, and we see the passion because this is what it's all about. She kept showing us the individual actions of this project. There was a lot of passion for everyone to understand, including the officials of the municipality, because all of us, just like you, need to be passionate about our projects. I will say give all the credits at the end. Okay, because we passed on to Mr. Tsolkas, Mr. Yanitakis. Secretary General, dear mayors, colleagues, partners of the project, I'd like to thank you first of all for this minor change in the program, in the agenda, because I have to leave earlier because of my flight back. I don't want to take much of your time. I believe that people who are experts in agronomy and forestry have got a lot more interesting things to say about the projects. And anyway, what the Secretary General said at the beginning was very complete, as well as what the Secretary General of the Ministry said regarding the problems, the large-scale programs that we encounter with regard to urban green in our municipalities. But I'm certain that the other colleagues will also share similar experiences because this is our everyday life. It is given that we've reached a point where we always try to square the circle. We are all representatives of towns and cities, municipalities, that have been there for many, many years, but they were built in a very unfit way. In a distorted manner. We all know that in small cities like Patra, Iraklio, there is the issue that they have fallen victim of the rapid urbanization and the delay of the state to establish the regulatory framework according to which these policies should be planned, and therefore the cities are suffocating. And now, decades later, we are called to find solutions to these negative effects of the distorted urbanization and the climate crisis. So we need to make brave decisions centrally. Urban green has to grow and be a national policy. Only if there is generous financing will we be able to obtain the right green areas and then managed to reach the targets that have been set by the European Union. And it's not because of the targets of the European Union that we want to do this, but because we need it. Because if we don't build green areas, we will all have pulmonary lung diseases because of the atmosphere in the urban center. So what we ask for is that this should become a priority of the central government and come up with guidelines and directions in collaboration with the local government organizations in order to improve the situation and improve the living standards in the cities. Of course, to do all this, we need to have ongoing generous financing of local governments in order to maintain all these beautiful projects. Water resources is a huge chapter. And as Mrs. Vragouli said earlier, we in our municipality, we have made the strategic choice to treat sewage in order to use the water for irrigation purposes. We do not take fresh water resources. We do not use freshwater resources for the purpose of the irrigation of our green areas. So, concluding, I'd like to say that there are two key practices. There have been two key practices that have been introduced in our municipality in the past couple of years, and which I believe are good practices that could be followed by other local government organizations. Unfortunately, and reference was made by Mrs. Kodoyani, urban green has to coexist with all the living bodies, living organisms in the urban area. There was a tragic event a couple of years ago in Heraklion. A fellow citizen died because he fell off a tree that seemed to be healthy. This made us think how we are going to tackle this issue of the balance, of reaching a balance and having peaceful coexistence between green areas and people. A lot has been done since. And some old trees that had been recorded and that had shown that they were aging, and some of these trees had to be cut. And actually, this is what we did, what we've recently done. Much as this took a long time, a lot of red tape, as well as citizens' objections. Now, in our effort to safely diagnose these trees and their health condition, apart from the scientific knowledge and the microscopic screening, we also used instrumental tests. The municipality of Heraklion was the first one in 2023 to procure two special instruments. Rula will show you later how they are used. So the two instruments that use in identifying potential decay in the trunk of trees and this makes our work even more efficient regarding our interventions. So we have tested dozens of trees in our municipalities to see what the condition is, and in this manner we improve the efficiency of tree tests, tree screening, to prevent potential dangers and risks. It goes without saying that when a tree is cut, of course, it is immediately replaced in our municipality when possible, and I said when possible because, as I told you earlier, regarding the release of spaces for public use, based on the methodology that we've been implementing in recent years. It is not always easy to replant a tree when it is cut, especially in pavements or roads. Our city has got 3% greenery. It used to be 1%, currently it's 3%. Of course, we're far from the European average or the minimum set by the World Health Organization. And a second good practice, which is very recent, that we implemented, is the following. You all know that a key problem that all the local government organizations have the huge have to deal with the huge problem of the various excavations for the various public utility networks, be it telecom or power or water systems. So we have set a minimum distance at which the contractor companies can open or can excavate the area in order to route the various networks in order to respect the existing trees. And we're saying this because large trees, old trees, or other trees quite often fall sick because the roots are not respected when excavations are performed by contractors for the purpose of public utility networks. So that's what I had to say. And I'd like, on this occasion, dear Dimitris, to warmly thank, first of all, Mrs. Tsagari, the coordinator, and all the partners of the project for the valuable collaboration that we have had at all levels, the advice, the synergies, guidance. There was a two-way relationship that I have experienced in the past year, unfortunately not from the beginning of this journey. And I'd like to thank all the political staff between 2018 and today, and also warmly thank the people of the greenery department of the municipality, and Mrs. Fragouli, who unfortunately by the end of the week she will retire, and this is and I'd like to warmly thank her for the collaboration we've had in all these years in my various capacities, not only as a vice mayor, and I wish you that you can always enjoy the fruit of your work, because you will be walking around Heraklion with your family and you will be enjoying the fruit of your efforts. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to say, before we made a switch, because Ms. Fargouli was moved, Nikos is always very eloquent in his presentation, so let me say two things. We're talking about funding tools for GrIn. GrIn is a service that gives vaccines, urban spaces for in the city, so citizens must contribute through the various services and enjoy the revenue that municipalities have. And let me add one more thing. This difference of the percentages between Greece and Europe it's logical that it's there, because in Europe we first designed the city and then they built the city. Here in Greece it was a completely different. Things are done the other way around. Now, so you have the floor, Ms. Frangouli, again.
Δεν έχουμε χρόνο. Κάτσε να πάμε στην άλλο. Πάμε στο ρεζιστογράφο. Αρχές ρεζιστογράφου πάμε. Αρχές ρεζιστογράφου. Μετά την ώρα πάω στα άλλα.
Πάμε.
Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο Γελιτάκη, εν τω μεταξύ μην χαλάω τον χρόνο, για τα καλά του λόγια. Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο Νίκο Γιαλιτάκη για τα καλά του λόγια.
Thank you, Mr. Yannitakis. Mondays 40 years that I've been with the municipality of Heraklion. It's a moving one. We'll talk about the spectrographer. It is an instrument that you see here is applied with a long needle, 30 or 50 centimeters, that is injected in the tree trunk, is to check the density and the energy transmission in the wood. And when this instrument is applied in the instrument, this presents a diagram which shows the depth of penetration and the resistance to penetration. This is just a rough presentation of how this instrument works. This is a good tree. It is a healthy tree. It doesn't have any problems. I think we need your assistance again to upload the other file. Two years ago, this instrument cost 15,000, including training. That was 2 years ago, so I don't know. I wouldn't want to talk about the price now because I'm not sure it's the same. Let me give you a few examples. These are interventions that we did to our trees using these instruments. This is a tree which had a good picture without any problems. It was recommended that it was managed and reviewed 2 years later, and this is its diagram. This is a good diagram of a tree that has been examined. This is a second tree which on the outside appeared perfectly normal, but we checked the interior, and this is a tree at the main street of Heraklion, and you see here the diagram, and there are many gaps. These are parts where the tree is rotten. And we propose that this tree be cut down, but on the outside you could see nothing. This is a way. There are other elements that can contribute to a decision of cutting down the tree, but this instrument does confirm, it is an instrument that confirms the health of the tree. The tree that fell in 2022, we saw that right next to the tree there was works had been done by a public utility. When we took out the tree that fell, we realized that the roots had been cut completely on the side of the road where the public utility had cut for some networks. And the tree outside was absolutely healthy, but the root system became rotten because they were cut. And then we looked on how we can protect our trees from public utilities cutting the roads in order to for the passage of networks. We found some information from the United States, and we saw that for pine trees are difficult, it's not easily to cut down, and we thought we'd apply the American standards, which say that have certain specifications that need to be observed. And And the specifications talk about how they should be managed. In other trees that are not pine trees, we applied the Spanish specifications, and in the Spanish specifications stipulate smaller differences, and they were better for Greek cities that don't have big roads. And SAT would say that in a tree with a trunk diameter less than 60 centimeters, the distance from the trunk until the point of excavation must be 1.5 meters, and etc., etc. There is a table here for various dimensions. But we ask that these information be enacted so that they are official. We have made a decision in our municipal council. Yes, we want to have regulatory standards about how far from the trees the public utilities can excavate the road. These are standards that should be enacted. They should be official so that everybody knows in preparing designs and whatever. I don't want to tell you anymore. I would like to thank you very much. Thank you to the Green Spaces team of the municipality of Heraklion and our partners in the program, especially Danae Tsagari, who was the heart and soul and coordinator of the products. We had a difficult time. We had to coordinate many factors in order to reach this result, but we were going to be able to get. Thank you very much. Thank you. We wish you all the best for the future. Now, Nikos Tolkas. Nikos, are you here? Second pilot municipality, the municipality of Marousi, and Marousi is a municipality here in Attica. Let's see what they've done. And so let's see how this program was applied in a municipality here in Attica. Thank you. First of all, thank you for KEDE for hosting us. We were very proud to have been members of this team. We went through them together, through a lot together, Ms. Tsagari. Let me say something that all this started in 2018 when we signed the agreement. It's been 6 years since, but in these 6 years, but it's not only 6 years, there were other things. We had Storm Media, Storm LP, Storm Daniel. This was good and bad for our program. We actually saw the effects of climate change, and we were invited, ourselves in Marousi and Heraklion, to address the problems. Problems are multifaceted as regards the green spaces in a city, and we saw that face to face throughout these years. As regards the municipality of Marousi, Park, the Portagoras Park as we've called it, which was an abandoned space, and we planted plants so according to the specifications, the proposal and the design we had from the Life Green team, and we upgraded that space. The second sub-project was that we selected some spaces, existing spaces in the urban fabric, and we upgraded the green areas there with brushes and trees and shrubs. And the third sub-project was the promotion of these actions. As regards the first sub-project, this was the pilot implementation. We have mentioned that. As regards the first sub-project, the Protagoras Park is an area of approximately 10 to 11,000 square meters. It is a an area, this is a space that was completely abandoned. It was the result of expropriations and the projects of creating the Attikiolos motorway. So in the north side of the park is the alignment of the Attikiolos motorway. This led to a green area, and now with Life Green we made the best use of that space. If you see the linear vegetation, the linear planting of green areas, it is elliptical and it follows the flow of the stream that is beneath it, because this is a covered stream. So underneath this park there is a natural stream. We planted more than 20 different types of trees and 50, 60 different types of bushes. You see here photos, you'll see some before and after photos. These are before photos. Some work had taken place, and then with this program we gave it the beautiful green color. You see here in some pictures, you see the various types of plants, plants that are native to the city of Marousi. They tried to test, and all these years we're trying to choose plants that we have tested in the local environment, the microclimate of our area. In the next picture, I've included these pictures. This is 6 months after construction. 6 months after construction, and this is after a very difficult period with the various conditions and the various storms that I discussed earlier. We planted more trees again. The park's construction started in 2019 and ended in 2020. In this period, we struggled to see how we can maintain the park according to the specifications. And what are the specifications? The specifications are that we use specific materials. The turf is a system, a specific system that does not require large quantities of water. We had to maintain and use 6 to 7 cubic meters of water to water the park, which is drawn from the well of the park without being connected to the mains. Of course, later we did connect to the mains because there was a need at some point for additional watering needs, because we had summers with no water in the well. This past summer, since May, if we exclude we only saw rain in Marousi just one day in June. This is surprising. So, based on this project, we tried to do the best we could for this park. The second target, the upgrading of the existing green areas. You see here the various presentation of the various areas with their coverage and the type of plants. The municipality of Marousi had a network of pavements, and when this network of pavements was designed to bring together various areas, commercial use areas or residential areas. So we tried to upgrade the ecological characteristics of this network. We didn't follow the practice of Heraklion to do some specific parks, but we tried to upgrade this network of pedestrian ways. You see here the map of the municipality of Marousi. A slight green color, you see the network that I just mentioned. It starts from the north end of Marousi and reaches the south end of Marousi, close to the Olympic complex near Agios Thomas district. Where Agios Thomas district is where we had the first park. The big grey area on top is the Sigru Park. This is not grey. It's full. It's all green. It's a park. It's a big park. You see here some interventions in these regions. You see employees of our municipality planting trees. So before I talk about the various actions, I'd like to say that all this time we applied practices and we confirmed practices that we applied in the past as well. We knew that specific plants may not have the looks that somebody might want, but we knew that ecologically they are the suitable, the proper plants to offer what the green spaces must offer to the urban fabric. And this was one of the issues we had with the people, how people saw a specific plant that's slightly yellowish or grayish. It's not a rose or something beautiful that they know. And we had to convey the message, we had to convince them of why we use that plant and why we need to manage that. But we had, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and he's present here, Mr. Ioannidis, were on our side in this effort. They did understand the logic. So as this was good news for the municipality of Heraklion, it's very important the various services and the municipal leadership are on board in order to convey the message to the citizens that this is beneficial. The third project has to do with the actions. This is Ms. Tsagari, a very photogenic Ms. Tsagari, and the mayor of Marousi, Mr. Abadzoglu. You see, it's coronavirus. We've been wearing the masks. This another presentation we had at the Vertitech Forum. Let me just say that the municipality of Marousi has a great tradition in such programs. We have the experience. We know what we want. We have the tools. We have the people. We have people to propose things. We have and the municipality has always been open. We've always been open to such innovations. This is the event in Perugia, the seminar in Perugia, the various visits, Ms. Tsagari to the schools of the municipality. From the discounts we achieved from the contracts and the supply, we managed to save some money. Part of this money we saved, we used to purchase an info kiosk. This has been installed at the Protagoras Park and provides a lot of information to visitors. And we're very happy to have been awarded for our work in terms of climate change and environment. Thank you very much. Would the Deputy Minister like to make a small presentation? Not like Yalitakis, right? Just a couple of words.
Good afternoon. My name is Ioannidis Yannis, Vice Mayor of the municipality for the environment of the Marousian municipality. I've got a couple of remarks regarding Life Green projects. First of all, I'd like to say that taking part, when I took office, Life Green paved the way for us and taught us how to differently understand and perceive maintenance of green spaces in our municipality. But it also posed a challenge. So what is our problem in general in local government? Maintenance. People, yes, of course, citizens as well, because everyone believes a different thing. But maintenance is a key challenge, and through KEDE we should exercise some pressure to have more people for proper maintenance of our projects, because every year we send our staffing plan or the recruitment plan. Recruitments never take place. A proposal was made in the past that was withdrawn, but because greenery is among the projects that are public benefit projects of the municipalities should be appear as such and on our budgets and receive financing. Anyway, maintenance then is a problem, but this has to do with the overall way in which the state and municipalities work. I'd like to say that we feel proud of being part of this project. We had the other day an event to signal the end of this first phase of the project, GrIn project. I was amazed at the fact that you said that you found it hard to find, it was hard for you to find partners. So I'd like to thank all the other municipalities who didn't want to join as partners, and therefore we were able to take part in the project. We thank Mr. Ioannidis. The issue of recruitment is a major issue. We had Mrs. Kappa some years ago, and people managed to hire staff. There are the contracts in place. There is also, when it comes to green management, there is also private initiative. So, because it's outsourcing to the private sector is a solution as well. GrIn is definitely a public benefit service because it is for citizens. Therefore, it should be included in your budget as such and be part of the municipal fees charged for green areas. Green areas in town plans are areas intended for citizens. So municipal fees and municipal taxes that are imposed, including bills and imposed on citizens, should include green areas so that we can maintain it on our own. So we're not talking about the financing for the construction of the projects. This is financed, fair enough, by the state. But maintenance must be performed on our own means. Now, before we take the break, we're going to watch on our screens the NGDB platform that will support municipalities to manage the urban green infrastructure, because you will be able to do this on your own. Okay, so we have got the gentleman from Technomiostasis that will make the presentation. Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Further to the previous presentation, I'm going to show you the collaborative platform to manage green infrastructures as it was implemented in the context of the GrIn project. It is known that urban green has got the particularity that it can increase its direct and indirect value through long-term management. Otherwise, there could be a lot of problems with high risk. But in order to manage a natural resource like urban green, we need to know the condition, its condition, and current status. So therefore, through this platform, in every municipality separately, in the central service, information will be provided regarding the quantity of each green infrastructure, including relative and absolute quantity, as well as trees, the quality, including evaluation of the general health of the vegetation, the features and biodiversity, the use as shown by the actual category of the green, the urban green space, the proximity and spread, management and conservation and value, attributing the ecological dimension of the urban green infrastructure, climate value, and significance for citizens. On this ground, for this reason, the Life Green project includes the development of technological tools that facilitate the storage of data that reflect the current condition of urban green spaces in every municipality and the organization of the central service. The tools include two applications, a registry, which is accessible only by authorized users, as well as a platform, a collaborative platform, which is an open access platform. This includes introduction, a registration process, access to the platform, addition and view of the parks, information and search and view of parks, history of park amendments and changes, statistical data. It's an English version, reporting section, and a Q&A section. So a platform was set up that allows users to record their urban green spaces, analysis, process, and view of statistical data, as well as various actions. Every municipality has to register every single green space within its boundaries, and you don't need to do this on the spot in the field, but based on desk information. And the following data is required: the name of the space and the neighboring streets, the area covered by green, the number and type of trees and bushes, the number and species of bushes, as well as other information required to describe the condition of this green space. Here we see the home page of this platform, where people can gain access by clicking on the login button, and after entering username and password, we're taken to the user profile page. On this slide, we also see the page of the municipality of Marousion, where we see three sections: the general data, green areas, and monitoring KPIs. Here we see the total area, the population of the municipality, and the urban population, the area covered by the municipality, etc., the altitude as well. And here we see all this information is entered by users and then used for the KPIs. By clicking on green areas tab, we're taken to an interactive map of the municipality with all the urban green areas, as well as the forests and all the entries. In the entries table, we see all the areas, green areas, and information regarding them, number of bushes and shrubs and trees, and the area covered. By clicking on them, we see further information regarding the individual green areas, like the type of area, whether it's urban green space or forest, the category, it's a metropolitan card, island, green median, playground, archaeological site, or square, or other category. Then we see the map showing the location and the area of covered by this park, by this area rather. Then the vegetation, it was entered into the system, showing the species and the type, whether it's a shrub or a tree, the number of subjects, the species, average diameter, as the average height. we also see that you can also upload files regarding green space areas, such as the one in the Agios Thomas Park, where 2 PDF files were uploaded, and we see the architectural park plan of the park. Now, users are also requested to add some information, such as the name of the space, the type of category, the municipal unit, and the exact location in 2 different manners. Either using the interactive map in order to enter it through the available data there, or the user can use GIS programs in order to, like ArcGIS or QGIS, to extract the data and enter them into the geodation field. There are also the fields like neighboring streets, as well as the location data. Now, this is a special form, vegetation editing and addition. That species of vegetation are entered individually, and every entry concerns information regarding the number of subjects, their health condition, average height, average diameter, average diameter of canopy, as well as the height of canopy. Or else, users may go to this page here, where you can click on the species that are relevant and select them. And regarding the GIS information, by updating all the necessary information in these KPIs monitoring tab, we see KPIs like a typology of urban plan, a ratio, number of trees, species of trees. We also see in detail the vegetation that has been entered into the platform in a table format, showing information based on the origin, number, and type of subjects, as well as the CO2 storage in ratio. Some of these ratios are monitored automatically, others need to be monitored manually. During the project, the 2 pilot municipalities that participated entered their data into the platform, and this was then done by other municipalities that we visited during the Action C2. All in all, we have got data about 5,000 acres of green spaces and 65,000 trees and 42,000 shrubs. Now, during the project, we visited municipalities around the country. We showed the platform to them, and the staff was trained on the tools that were developed. At the same time, we also received feedback regarding functionality and the features of the platforms, as well as suggestions for amendments or additions in order for it to be improved. One of the type of feedback included the interconnection of this platform with other GIS platforms, the interoperability of data, the export capability, data export capability, the display of date and time, as well as an overview map rather, of the various entered parks. all these feedback was taken on board. And finally, in order to help users understand the function of this platform, we created a tutorial regarding the platform. We're giving step-by-step instructions regarding the use of the platform, making it better understood for them. This tutorial shows the key functions, the mapping and monitoring procedures, the available tools to improve green infrastructure, as well as ways to use the data for optimum management. The tutorial is like a practical guide, giving clear-cut answers to frequently asked questions in order to help users utilize this platform in the best possible manner. And this tutorial is on the YouTube channel of the GrIn project. You can also find it on the official website of the project. Thank you very much for your time. We thank Mr. Mistakidis. It's very important to have all this information available. We have got a short time for a Q&A before we go next doors for a light lunch. So we've got half an hour for a Q&A for a while. Or perhaps we can do this later when we hear the various practices. Have you got a list of the practices? The list of the municipalities that will talk about their best practice, like Napoli, Schione, Argyroupoli, Nikia, Rendi, Nausa, Ilion, Tanagra, and other municipalities. They're going to briefly share good practices after the lunch. Well, I now give the floor to the lady for some comments.
Well, in closing the first part that has to do with GrIn, I wanted to warmly thank the science of the Institute under Ms. Solomon, Mr. Proudjos, Mr. Karetsos, Mr. Mantakas, who truly helped the implementation of the project on the part of the coordinators. We had an excellent cooperation with everyone, with the two municipalities, with KEDE, with the ministry, with Technomiostosi. It wasn't easy. There were 6 partners involved. But we managed, and we concluded the project with the extensions that we asked for and got from the European Union. And I believe that this provides innovative tools to anyone managing urban green, be they municipalities or contractors of green projects, and provide solutions to problems that existed so far. I would like to thank you all, because without the help of everyone, and the excellent cooperation, we wouldn't have had this result. Thank you, Ms. Sagaris. My name is Manos Kitsenis. I have worked as Deputy Minister of the Municipality of Thessaloniki, and I wanted to ask Ms. Kontogianni, because she mentioned small urban ecosystem. In every city, there are open plots of land where there is some vegetation, which is important, accidental but important, which enhances the green infrastructure of a city. Usually, municipalities cut this vegetation down. Instead of clearing this space and leave this vegetation there because it offers to the microclimate, they just clear away those land plots. Do you believe that the municipality should do something else? Should the municipalities take care and manage these areas? No, you are very right. Well, these spaces should just be, cleared, pruned, not just cut down. All the green areas in urban spaces are very important to be preserved. Let's not kid ourselves. We are way below standards, so whatever we have, we should manage and protect and defend. And one more thing that I could note, the 300 was 30. 30 is 30% canopy cover in every neighborhood. How do we want the canopies to cover over the street? Well, it's the shadow, the shade offered by the trees. Yes, to the left. I have two questions and a comment further to this previous question. As regards the platform, have you also introduced characteristics of the health of plants? You spoke about the size and canopy, but as you mentioned about the health of plants and vegetation, I think this would be important as a characteristic to include the health of plants in the application. We can introduce it. It's not so far. There's just one area, one field about the health of plants and just basic information, whether it's dead or a good state or a poor state. This has to do with the fact that many of the municipalities don't have such information available, or it wasn't easy for them to digitize and record this information. Thank you. May I also answer on this? When we started developing this platform, we had, our intentions was to be widespread, introduce this, introduce that, make it almost to the level of per tree inventory. But when we saw the problem, we said we can't go from 0 to 100. Let's go to 5, and then we'll reach 10 and possibly reach 100. Yes, I understand that, and this can be a good basis for another program in the future. And I saw the municipality of Heraklion when they were presenting the plants, and you said that you wouldn't plant them all the time in order for the side of bioprotection. Did you have any audits and inspections on that? This concerns all the municipalities, and we can discuss it further during the break. When we procure the plants are all checked. When the nurseries supply the plants, these plants have been inspected. They are certified. Unfortunately, only if there's a problem in some species. What about the visual inspections that you performed after the tree had fallen? Were you looking at whether it had any symptoms on the trunk or the branches? No, the visual has to take with the health of the trunk. Closer to your microphone. Who did that work? The competent employees of our service, and if we needed help, we took recourse to Almepa to identify possible insects or fungi, because we're not specialized. Yes, that's why I'm asking. We have an institute in Heraklion who, Mr. Nektaris Paragarotis in Heraklion, helped us about the issues of tree hazard. He was by our side, but because there are people remotely, please let somebody ask a question, get an answer. Let's not have a dialogue, because it's very difficult for people to follow this discussion. Yes, we'll discuss this further down. And privately you can do. Based on the new legislation for the obligation to clear the empty land plots in the summertime, this does not happen in abroad because it affects biodiversity. In Greece, it's a matter of fine. Well, undoubtedly, it affects biodiversity, but it was something new for us. This was something very recent. We didn't have time to process it. And there are no standards that are being applied on how one is going to have to clear their empty plot, why, how, etc. It was a very superficial decision that was made, at least that's how we saw it, and we'll see how this plays out. Well, from the summertime until now, we have had very little time to see exactly but we have the afterlife as we saw when we said. Okay, great. Is there another question? Yes, we have two questions here. Okay, two last questions, and then we'll go to the lunch break, and then we'll be back a half an hour. To the left. Thank you very much, Kostas Anaganasopoulos, Deputy Mayor for Green and Youth of the Municipality of Nea Smyrni. Congratulations to KEDE and Live Green, an excellent conference. Two comments. Further to what a colleague from Exagin said, in a partnership we started with Agricultural University, is how important the trees to be above the floor because they offer moisture and shade, and the floor and the ground is protected and stays alive, which is something completely different to what the service is doing so far. They cleared everything and they broomed everything out because they try to clean the areas, and we see how to implement that. Another thing I want to say, Ms. Tsagari spoke about awareness raising. Unfortunately, we have many problems in awareness raising, and it's not just that many of our fellow citizens see trees as obstacles to their parking facilities or in buildings, etc. It's another problem with the water supply network, which, and you know, the pipelines go under the roots of trees, and there are very leaks. And if we don't have time to reach a specific place, it's much easier for somebody to just illegally remove the trees. So I think that we need to do as much as we can to protect the trees. And thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hyas Aftonis, Deputy Minister of Environment, Municipality of Halandri. Congratulations on my part for this conference today. It's impressive that the questions we heard are questions that I wanted to raise myself. So we see that municipalities experience similar problems. I'd like to hear from Marousi and Iraklion on what is the day after the program or during the program in relation to vandalism of public property. And I'd like to ask something about the platform, which is very interesting, and it's going to be a very useful tool for all of us, whether it's going to have any interactive role either now or in the process that will allow us to receive information on faults, failures, problems, and whether there's going to be whether volunteers, whether municipalities can also use volunteers to cover all these huge expanses and have access to this platform. Thank you. Is there someone who wants to reply? Just a couple of things about the platform. And Mr. KEDE says that the Ministry of Environment has integrated it in the website. It's going to be open in a few days. We are wrapping up some technical issues we're experiencing now at Afterlife, and contribution of KEDE will probably discuss how you can, well, there is a way for you to obtain an account, and whether what requirements would be about having an account, and this can help you to your use. It's going to be uploaded in the website of the Ministry of Environment and Energy. So, thank you. We break for half an hour, exactly half an hour. We'll break for half an hour and we'll be back. And we'll start with the best practices for municipalities, and then we'll continue. Please go ahead to the next hall to have lunch.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, ξεκινάμε το δεύτερο μέρος. Παρακαλώ πάρα πολύ να πάρουμε...
So, off we go. Let's start with the second part of this conference. Kindly take your seats. We move on to discussing the best practices. We have 12 of those. We've heard one by Uraklion. Moving on to the second, Mr. Yanni, you have your birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Το αγαπητό πάνελ είναι εδώ. Κυρία Καμαγιώτη, το αγαπητό πάνελ θα έρθει.
Would the members of the panel join me, please?
Έρχεται. Κυρία Τσαγκάρη και προχωράμε. Είπαμε, σήμερα ο χρόνος είναι αγγλικός. Δεν είναι ελληνικός. Ξεκινάμε ό,τι λέει ακριβώς το πρόγραμμα. Γιατί αν πάμε στον ελληνικό χρόνο, θα μας ακόμα στην έναρξη. Λοιπόν, περίμενε, να δούμε στην πορεία. Ναι, κάτσε να καθίσουμε. Λοιπόν, ξεκινάμε καταρχήν.
So, off we go. We will start with the first presentation, the municipality of Neapolis Ike, and we'll hear a presentation by Ms. Paraskavi Genitsari.
Λοιπόν, είναι αντιδήμαρχος περιβάλλοντος.
Ms. Paraskavi Genitsari, she is the Deputy Mayor of Environment, Green and Climate Crisis. You have the floor for 7 minutes to make the presentation of your best practices. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Kafadaris, thank you very much, because we are proving that we can actually be on time for a change. I'm very happy to be here with you. It's the second time that I present best practices in the context of a conference of this program. Last year, we had presented some horizontal practices. This year, I opted to focus on a specific case, and this is the case of edible forest in our municipality. The vision to create this green space was to support our city's resilience to the climate crisis, and as the previous speaker said, a green space can have multiple benefits and definitely enhances resilience. Secondly, definitely an enhancement of urban green, increase of the ratio of square meters of green per resident. It was quite low in our municipalities. We have a very low ratio because it is quite a densely populated area. The third part of our vision was to enhance the biodiversity in our region. It is an axis to which we place special emphasis recently. Apart from the covenant of mayors, we also signed the Green Deal, or rather the deal on the green municipalities. And enhancing biodiversity is one of the axes of this covenant. The fourth dimension was the creation of an urban grove with trees, fruit-bearing trees, the implementation of participatory design, and this is something we've been implementing in our municipality. We started with the case of the edible forest, which was the first time that we implemented a participatory design laboratory, which is something that we had also started earlier on during COVID through a consultation. And another aspect is the involvement and the raising awareness of the local community and the school communities, of course. Now, how did the project start? Well, it started out as a vision for the creation of green areas with fruit-bearing trees. We sought funding and we sought partners, and in our effort we contacted many environmental organizations operating in our city, one of which was Mama Care, with which we had a common vision. So in the framework of our partnership with Mama Care, we set up a proposal which we supported through a proposal of support, and Mama Yeah submitted its proposal for financing to a Belgian foundation that manages funds from the fund of EU employees that funds environmental related issues. So there was an initial funding which covered the design and then also the workshops and the educational activity of this project. As I said, the creation of this grove with fruit-bearing trees and fruit and plants, which would operate as a crossroads, as a hub in the neighborhood, and as it would also serve as a training area. Please, people, come more to the left so you can have more direct contact with us, and you can watch the screens. Those who are sitting on the right, please come closer. Apologies for this. Now, what was the process that we followed? We wanted to differentiate ourselves from the usual process of designing municipal service, and we wanted the citizens and members of the school communities to have an active participation following the principles of sustainable culture or permaculture through training and participatory workshops, seminars and actions. I won't go into details because this is not my area of expertise. I'm just going to outline a few things from the selection of our agriculturalists. This is the plan, the design plan. As I said, we followed the permaculture method, which, as I understand it, is what the multiculture, as we called it in the past, the existence of many different species that will allow them to grow harmonically and all together without having any problems related to single cultures. Along with the fruit-bearing trees, there are other trees that will, through their canopy, will develop a shade. We started, we worked with the services of the municipality. We made an on-site visit with employees from various services of the municipalities, and then we went to the municipal building where there was a description of the plan and remarks were made. This was a very, very constructive process because especially the employees of the green services of the municipality are not used to participating in any design process. It's usually technical services that mostly take up this duty, and often we see some problems that ensue from the lack of any contact between the services, namely the service that makes the maintenance and knows a problem, and the service that is responsible for the design. So design and maintenance must be in constant contact. So this was a very important intervention that we want to implement in all our intervention henceforward. The second axis was education and the participatory design of the school. The objective of this program, as I said, was to have the school community to be in contact with such a green space, and we selected first of all a space that was right next to a kindergarten, because we thought that the younger the age group, the better the results. We didn't. There was no response. Sometimes there might be a will from the municipality, but not from the school community. Our second option was a space that was next to the junior high school, the 5th junior high school of Napoli. They embraced the idea, and there were teachers who dedicated their time in support of this project. This education concerned the first grade of the junior high school for 24 teaching hours. That was also a participatory workshop of how they envision and how they would like to see this small park develop. The third stage was the design of the space along with the community. We made an open call to all the community, the entire municipality. And I would say that there were people who came who did not live in the municipality. There are always people who are interested. And this actually signaled the fact that the project had a supra-local character. We saw people coming from other areas. So we followed the word cafe methods. We sat around and discussed in groups and had a coordinated discussion. Then we presented the results. And may just tell you that the technical part, because it was quite specific and it was designed by a specialized designer. This was approximately 1,000. The space was 1,000 square meters, and the expert design concerned 800 meters approximately. The other 200 meters were left to be designed by the citizens. You see the blue lines here. The blue lines are where the plants were planted. The yellow is the corridor that has been designed based on the needs in order for people to be able to walk around. And also it was suitable also it was also wheelchair accessible. It is compressed, the corridor is from compressed earth, so we had to use water permeable materials. The design included a kiosk. It was 1,000 square meters. That was the space. Unfortunately, in our municipality we don't have a lot of free space. So this kiosk was installed. You see there was a need to install bins, lighting, composting bins, disabled ramp, and now we're in the process. We've completed all the planting work and we will now install the urban equipment. By the way, there was no funding for this urban equipment. That's why there was a delay. We had to seek funding from a private sector. Well, we see here photographs of the various operations. These are planting operations. We saw that children also participated in this process. It was a very fun process, a very holistic approach of our presence there. And this is the second day planting operation with the school, so led by the school that participated in the program. But we invited also schools from other areas. This is in the former Sterbeniotis camp, and almost 80 many schools of our community are located around this area. This is a space that was designed to remain alive. You see between the trees we planted vegetables and it serves this harmonious coexistence. We see here various products that were picked and cooked. We planted the plants in March and we've created a 70-member Viber community, and there's always feedback in this community, and we are constantly making planting activities. There are many volunteers who visit the space, they intervene, they send photos and they feel very happy because they've made it their own. And that was the actual objective, for the community to embrace the space that will participate in the maintenance of the space, not to substitute for the competent services of the municipality, but to ensure that the citizens respect the space and to prevent vandalism, because in the past we've seen a lot of vandalism, especially during COVID. I think within the time allocated to me, you surpassed even Simos Davilidis, who is very eloquent. I'm very brief. Just allow me. Just allow me a couple of comments, please. I would like to say a couple of things. Well, have to do about everyday problems. There are numerous everyday problems, but I would like to focus on two. The first is that we're talking about the climate crisis on theoretical level, and we all meet together and say how important this is. We are expecting an invitation from the GrIn Fund, which was supposed to open early January, for a program to fund plans to adapt to the climate change. This has not opened. Without any funding, municipalities cannot go ahead with this. The services, municipal services, cannot develop such plans without funding. You understand the necessity? Second, we want a considerable presence of either the GrIn Fund or any other agency which will issue these types of invitation of calls that will allow us to participate. The GrIn Fund, it's almost October now, and there's just one call launched from the GrIn Fund, unfortunately, in 2024. And one third issue, fire protection, is not within my remit, but this is quite relevant. The central power organization and local authority must go hand in hand. There can't be decisions without any arrangement with municipalities, like the regulation for fire protection, because this creates some sort of confusion, a hysteria among the citizens. And now we're saying that there is a climate crisis and the green spaces are a huge issue, and this is something that we should look into it very seriously and look at green infrastructure, individual elements, and place importance to extreme weather events, floods, heat waves, etc. We can't at the same time create these kinds of conflict situation, because when we say how important this is, we have deficient planning for fire protection. In essence, these two things conflict where they shouldn't conflict. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, your talk was two in one. We thank Paraskevi, frankly. They have got a densely inhabited municipality, and it's a difficult one, the municipality of Thessaloniki, to identify spaces or areas, green spaces. The municipality has been trying really hard. And the mayor knows the problem is firsthand, and the collaboration between departments is key. We have often seen that the various services of the various municipalities within the same municipality actually do not talk to each other. In order to have positive effects, we need synergies, we need collaboration. The planner, the payer, the buyer have to work together. There are issues. We believe that solutions will be found, but key to the success, of course, is collaboration. Because it's not just the service of green spaces, it's the financial services, technical services, and so forth. Thank you very much. Vasilis Kritikos. Vasilis, come forth. Vice Mayor for the civil protection, environment, maintenance, civil protection from Elliniko Gyroupoli municipality. Well, I would like to convey the warm regards of the mayor and hope that there will be good conclusions, good positive conclusions that will be drawn from events like this one, because that we can then disseminate. Because what we see is that there is no institutional memory in local government. What we all have to serve is. Or rather, what we have to do is to create the conditions for institutional memory and all the technological tools like the Life platform should be well disseminated, so not everyone needs to reinvent the wheel all the time. There has to be a data bank, an information bank for the entire public sector, local and central government. So starting, I'd like to thank and welcome all the participants, all the colleagues in this room. I'd like to show you the copious effort that we have initiated, with Yannis Kostadis, our mayor, in the municipality of Argyroupoli in 2014. When we took office, the municipality of Argyroupoli is a metropolitan, municipality, and within its boundaries, we see the largest urban regeneration project taking place in Europe, including the Metropolitan Park, which is underway, is currently in progress, and in the next couple of years, large part of it will be completed. We call this offered green life in the city because we intend, or rather, we aim at the upgrading of our citizens' lifestyle and living standards. And to achieve this, we need more greenery, more oxygen, and for all citizens of all ages, to be able to find ways out, to be able to find oases of recreation and refreshment in the city. At the core of our concepts lie the thematic family parks. Two key pieces of information about us. It is a municipality of 51,000 inhabitants and an area of 15.7 square kilometers. An advantage of its geomorphology is that it starts from Mount Imitos, because we start from the foot of Mount Imitos all the way to the sea. It extends all the way to the sea. So we have this privilege. So we'll try. This was the vision. This was the plan, to create green paths linking the mountain with the sea, so that citizens, wherever they are, can walk along these green paths. These are green paths enough? Well, we had to create, on a map that I'm going to show you later on, be able to find spots across the municipality, to find spots to create more green spaces for sustainable mobility. So be able to create in a realistic manner, these green paths and these oases, recreational spots, and all this to be then connected with the Metropolitan Park. Now, these pilot family parks across the municipality, scattered around the municipality, follow these green paths. What are the organized parks, these family parks? They have gardens, kindergartens, walking paths, velodromes, fountains, ping pong, chess boards, as well as pet parks. Everything, football fields as well. Everybody will be available in every neighborhood in the city. In the 10 years of our administration, 38 squares and parks covering 130,000 square meters in the heart of, at the heart of the city. This square meterage does not include the mountain on the sea, of course. So 1 park per neighborhood was built, 1 square was regenerated, 15 green paths were planted in detail. We have got a digital registry of all these 38 green areas, including their area, and well mapped. Tell us what you see on screen. Similarly, for these green medians, we have got all the information. So 135,000 square meters of green and recreation areas are at the disposal of 51,000 citizens of the Ellinikon Argyroupolis municipality, which means it is 2.65% per citizen. When the sump with the 15-year horizon provided for 2.6% per citizen. Also, there's a map, and I'll show you this for you to understand the green paths in the city. On the upper part of the map, you see the Mount Imitos, and the dark green linking with the mountain with the sea is what the Ellinikon Argyroupolis municipality missed on on one end, a connection with the sea. It was the only southern municipality of the southern suburbs that didn't have its own port, its own coast, its own beaches, or areas like Faliro, Varivouli, so our citizens didn't have access to the sea. So now this is underway. It is actually being in progress now, in order for our citizens to have access to the sea. And of course, connect the old city with the new. I'll show you some pictures. They are not virtual reality. These are images that come from all the work that I've accounted for so far. This is the Aphrodite Park. You see what it includes. These are close-up photos. And of course, the water element in all these parks is key. Is key. This is the Alexandria Park or Independence Park, which is also used by citizens of neighboring municipalities like Leopolis. Now, this is a bird's-eye view. The Dragatsaniou Park, which is newly built, did not exist. This is next to the largest building for people with disabilities, and which hosts children and services for people with disabilities. So we have got the Dragatsaniou Park that has all these recreational spots. It includes olive trees that we relocated from the Ellinikon, other images from other parks, in the Troubari Park, close to Alimu Avenue, the Surmenon Square, a jewel, latest jewel of our municipality. This is an air photo. These photos show that our children at the heart of our city can enjoy all these activities and green space. In Agia Varvara, in the neighborhood of Agia Varvara, in Argyroupoli, this is You see the green space here. These are actually realistic photos, snapshots. You see what it looks like. Mesologiou Street. You need to wrap up. But no, I want to take longer than the previous colleagues. Okay, I will be briefer. I could go on forever. There are more to show you on Meadow Street. Every neighborhood has got its own green spot, green area. Special reference to the following. At the two ends of the municipality, one in the boundaries with Leopoli and with Glyfada, we placed the Olympic Airways aircraft. We located there. This is an area that used to be vandalized or abused by various populations. The Olympic Airways signpost, that we've also erected here. Kostas Varnalis Square, Mistran Square, close to the fire service. Kallipolis and Aphrodite, the heart of Surmena. Lower Ellinikon, above Poseidonos Avenue. At the metro station of Argyroupoli. Kefaloniton Square, and something very important, because you see that in our cities we need to also manage people who have their pets. So we need to create the right, foster the right culture, create the conditions for them with their pets to have their own area. So in every park there is a pet park as well. I will not forget what we undertook to do, because in 2015 Mount Athos had suffered a wildfire. Now, since then, thanks to our volunteers, you see all these people, 15,000 trees have been planted and have been maintained. I could go on forever, but I've said all this because we can make the difference. Not all of this has been done on our own resources. Is the Aphrodite Park, is the GrIn fund, the recovery fund. So there are possibilities. When you've got the will and the vision, you can do things. Thanks to our mayor, our secretary general, who's here with us. He's a teacher, a master rather, of local government. We can achieve anything and everything as long as there is collaboration, as you said. Thank you very much, Vasilis. 14 minutes, okay? Okay. A question for you. I'd like to ask, how many kilometers are those paths? The kilometers, because there are velodromes as well. Bicycle lanes, I mean. They're approximately 20 kilometers. So 20 kilometers of green paths. Excellent work. Congratulations. Antonopoulos is the heart and soul of the municipality there. Thank you very much. And now we ask the next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Demosthenis Stamattatos. Come, Demosthenis. Nikia and Agios Ioannis Renis, Deputy Minister of Green Spaces, Environment and Climate Change. You have the floor, sir. Hello. Thank you very much for this conference and for enabling us to speak sustainable development and sustainable parks. Bioclimatic parks are green spaces designed and developed based on the principles of bioclimatic architecture and ecological management. Their objective is not only the aesthetic upgrading of the region, but also improve the microclimate and contribute to reducing environmental pollution. But why are bioclimatic parks so important? First, they improve the quality of life. The presence of green spaces absorbs air pollutants and reduces the heat island effect we see in depopulated areas. Bioclimatic parks generate energy savings through the use of renewable energy sources like solar and the smart use of materials that reduce energy needs. This park contributes to combating climate change. And thirdly, they promote biodiversity. Green spaces are not just beautiful areas, but they help ecosystems survive. So I would like to make also a scientific update, but I believe that most of you are colleagues, you are knowledgeable, but I will just discuss our own park. We in the municipality of Niki Agios Yannis Redis, it's an experiment of local authorities. So a municipality, municipality with 20 million and with Nikia that had a 90 million deficit. So what's most important is no money, no honey. And a mayor, but we went in Nikia, we corrected some wrongdoings, but what I wanted to focus in my little time I have available is unless there is an overall policy on how to address green spaces at a Greece-wide, not local level, we're not going to do anything. Dear Secretary General, in 2011, when I was first deputy mayor at the One Unified Mayor, I made a measurement, 35 trees in Nikia. We recorded each and every tree for every street and number, and we included them in an Excel spreadsheet. And I saw the platform is very important if one is available to be able to maintain and update the system. You know, one tree was cut down, 2 other trees was planted. Unless we do that, then there is no use in having it. We need to have updated and valid information. Otherwise, it's not possible for my municipality to be successful and the next one not to be successful. My municipality planting trees and the next municipality cutting down trees. We need to have a general policy, an overall policy. I'm very happy to see that environment takes up the position that it must in the public discourse, because in the past 10 years nobody was speaking about the environment. To conclude, I'd like to say this. Our park spreads over 4,000 square meters in Agios Yannis Redis, where we implemented one of the most iconic works of the GrIn Fund program, co-financed by the municipality of Niki Agios Yannis Redis. Imagine that the municipality of Redis has many districts that are outside the city plan. We get land contributions that are green spaces. We have so many green spaces, we cannot deal with them. I can't create green areas, but I don't have the staff. I want to build something, I don't have the money. Imagine that the GrIn Fund right now owes monies, it hasn't started disbursing, and some contractors have stopped construction of projects. I'm going to show you a short video, not to spend too much of your time, and tell you what we tried to do is to include various projects, a space frame for exercise, a big semicircular area for people to sit and relax, and with the various urban equipment like benches, springs, and bins. We used natural material. We preferred materials that are environmentally friendly, renewable energy sources, and we use technologies that have solar panels. All luminaries use solar power, and in water management we used underground irrigation systems to reduce loss of water from evaporation, and we chose drought-resistant trees. And I'd like to show a video. Let's see the video. Bioclimatic regeneration, ecological park of Eleonas in Rentis. This 4,000 square meter area has been contributed, the result of a contribution of the plot. The soil here is compressed so as to absorb rain and not create mud or have any flooding incidents. It is next to a school and a kindergarten. This is an overall image of the densely populated district of Nikia. You understand, you see how densely populated it is. In Nikia and Redi, we are at approximately 6%. We have 3 large groves. We have Agios Philippos. We have a lot of GrIn in Agios Yannis Redis. This is our park. We have a skateboard park, a bike route. Now this park has been included in the overall maintenance fund. We maintain it with the funds we use to maintain all other parks. That was our park. That was a short video that we wanted to present. We want money. We have spaces. We want money. We want funds in order to increase green coverage. There are serious problems because what one of our colleagues said, I don't think he's in the room now, he said that some citizens don't want green areas. Some of them may be right because when you have when a sidewalk is filled with trees and a disabled person cannot walk by, cannot cross that sidewalk, or a woman with their pram, we should to find solutions. And we widen the pavements, for example. Yes, this is the facilities of the Greek railways. What is this? It is a skateboard. It is a skateboard and bike route or path. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the video. It was very nice. We'll continue with Poppy Konidari from the National Kapodisian University of Athens, researcher of the Center for Energy Policy and Development at the university. Poppy, you have the floor. We are happy to have you with us. Good afternoon. So far, we touched upon issues for addressing climate change, protecting the environment, sustainable development goals, and I will discuss the same thing more or less, and these not the issues that are of concern in our research center and the country, but around the world. We have an initiative to plant trees in various municipalities. We launched this initiative in 2019 with the then head of the United Nations Academic Keta, Mr. Danoda, who was visiting Athens for our conference, and along with Professor Mr. Dimitrios Mavrakis, who is head of the Global Academic Hub for the 7th SDG, they proposed an initiative for the 75 years from the establishment of the UN. Since then, the initiative has expanded. They have donated trees. We've signed MOUs with 26 municipalities. We've donated 5,000 trees, and the effort continues. The trees donated are from Greek flora. We've donated 39 species so far, and I hope we will increase the number of species to 52. These trees are provided either through GrIn funds or with sponsors, with private sponsorship we have from private nurseries. The municipalities receive the trees after there is contact. We have an MOU, and we set the conditions according to which the plants will be donated. So the university buys the trees and donates them to the municipalities according to the agreement reached about where they will be planted, etc. But the MOU must be signed in order for this action to be implemented. Another very important element is that those municipalities that we work with, we've managed to promote this effort extensively, and we hope that we'll be able to continue this project. In the framework of this action, we have online meetings where we discuss issues about planting trees and brushes, and we discuss issues of fire protection and fire protection. There were many things that have been said, and if the people who participated would try to convey some messages, maybe some of the fire destruction could have been averted. But we are continuing our efforts, and we are holding a yearly conference in Burazani, because we have decided that if we want to talk about trees, we won't do it in Athens, but pick a place outside Athens. So at the start of each period, we call you to come with us to Burazani to discuss this issue and see what more we can do and how we can expand this initiative. Of course, municipalities from Albania participated in this meeting in Burazani because we're trying to develop a partnership, especially in the Aos River area. This year, the meeting will be held 21 to 24 November, and before that, we'll have a meeting in early October, 7 to 11, where we are going to have the first global meeting of the academic hubs of the UN for the SDGs. We've managed to bring people together from around the world, from Japan, Costa Rica, Brazil, New York, Pakistan, India, Kenya, Costa Rica, Romania, Tajikistan, and they come just to discuss these issues and see how universities and join forces with citizens to reach the 2030 agenda. If you're interested, there is free entry on Monday, 7th October. You can come either as an observer or as audience. Observers can ask questions. You can even send questions beforehand to enable the academic hubs to reply to your questions. Of course, we want you to be with us, to participate with us in order to continue this initiative, and I believe that we will be able to continue our work after we go through some bureaucratic hurdles at the university. Thank you very much.
Mr. Babos Nikos, from the historical park of Nausa, optimal example of landscape architecture in Greece. You have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are kind enough to be there. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Nikos Babos. I'm the Director of Environment of the Municipality of Nausa, and I will talk to you about the historical municipal park, which has been there since 1930. And I'm not going to talk to you about new initiatives, but I'm going to talk to you about good practices and a park that has got special value and is part of the cultural heritage and history of this town and Greece as well. It is a park which expresses an entire era, given the landscape architecture in Greece as well as in Europe, as I'm going to show later on. Give me a minute to share my screen so that you can see what I see. And then I'll talk to you through pictures.
Το βλέπετε?
Can you see my screen? Yes. Yes, we can see your screen, is the answer from the audience.
Το βλέπετε, έτσι. Λοιπόν, συνεχίζω και την αναφορά και σας ενημερώνω.
So I'd like to let you know that the park was designed in 1930, between 1930 and 1940. And as you see, it is in the context of a French school of architecture, landscape architecture, where we have got geometric patterns and symmetry axis taking precedence or being dominant. And this was designed by French architects who constructed the railroad back then. Let me know you that the slide hasn't changed. We're still seeing the first slide. Now, no. So you can only see the first slide? Yes. I change. Can you... Can you try again?
Έναρξη παρουσίασης. Τώρα έχει αλλάξει?
Has anything changed now? No. Can you see a change now? Yes. Okay. So as you see, I'm talking about the design of 1930-1940. This is when the historical fountain was being constructed. At the lower right-hand corner, you can see the people, the builders working. Now, this is the casino plan. The casino plan, actually, this was the first restaurant bar. This was the name of the first restaurant bar that was designed by an architect of the time, a famous architect, Mr. Kandilis. And now you see the plan, the original plan of 1959. This is the architect named Vasilis Palaskas. This is the electrification plan, showing the cabling, the lighting fixtures, back in 1959. All these do still exist. This is a 1961 photograph showing the result of the works. We see a different form or concept is the Anglo-Saxon school. No symmetry anymore and no geometric patterns. This is another photograph, a bird's eye view, panoramic view. This is the lake, showing a lake extending over 1.5 acres, and some other information regarding the technical report that was prepared back in 1959, September 1959. This is a technical description of the park at the time. So you do realize we're talking about a small town, regional town, and this was very pioneering at the time, back in the 50s. You see the budget of the park, 925,000, and the stamp of the designer and the engineer. These are, you see that dry masonry has been used for support walls, and it is based on rock. You see the historical fountain in its current form, which is surrounded by a cobble-paved path, again without the use of cement or any other connecting substance. You also see that the taps here. The materials that were used or that have been used are not expensive, but the way they have been used make them very important for the environment and for its longevity, its endurance. This is the lake in its current form, and the vegetation, the way it has grown over the past 64 years. This is another photo of the lake. This is the lake's balcony, where somebody can enjoy the view over the lake and the park at large, walking along this balcony. And here, this is a sample of, or these are some photographs, some images of other fountains made of limestone, and there are also some stalactites found that were used. They were found in caves, and that exist under the city of Nausa. Another good practice example for the preservation and promotion of our park. You see the tulips that bloom in the spring. Then I'll show you. This is the part of the park where we have got the flower garden. The vegetation here is renewed annually using new plants. And I believe, actually, this might sound selfish. It's not easy to find pictures like this in small towns of Greece. Small towns like Nausa. Nausa is a town of 20,000 inhabitants. This is a monument which is dedicated, or rather, there is this palm tree, this plane tree, which is approximately 700 years old, and then there is this monument dedicated to the inhabitants, 1,300 inhabitants of Nausa who were slaughtered by the Turks. And here, this is a sign telling us showing that we are a member of a European Historic Gardens path, which is a part of so we're part of the European route of historic gardens. Let me also mention that this park, even today, although it's been there for so many decades, it's visited by young people, uses the work group that addresses design issues when it comes to interventions that are currently performed. And another aspect of the good practice is the method that we use for to eliminate the insects. We use biological. We haven't been using pesticides for decades now. Instead of using pesticides, which are harmful to the environment, we use other insects that eliminate the harmful insects. We did this quite intensively in the first couple of years, and then because the right populations of beneficial insects have been formed throughout the year, there's a balance, and therefore we need make no other intervention anymore. I don't want to take any more of your time. I've described the historical park of Nausa, which I believe is a unique example for Greece. Thank you for your time. We thank Mr. Papos, Director of Environment. A question for you. But you may have said it. What is the area of this? It's 30 acres. Okay, best regards to your mayor. Thank you. Now, and we go on with Marianthi Rapu from Ilion, Municipality of Ilion. I believe you belong to the mayor's team. Are you vice mayor? Yes, from the Directorate of Environment of our municipality. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Mrs. KEDE for this invitation. I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Kamakioti for the excellent organization. This is the second time that I take part in this conference, and this time I've chosen to show the environmental actions taken by our municipality for school children. I'd like to start with the first and most favorite action, the first World Cafe for World Cafe for the Environment. As you all know, municipalities celebrate the World Environment Day on the 5th of June every year. So we either have cleaning actions or planting actions, tree planting actions, but we wanted to do something different. We wanted to do something that would engage school children more. Therefore, we had an action in two stages. In the first stage, we had a campaign in order to attract as many schools as possible. We focused on junior high schools. We prepared a poster as attractive as possible to be an eye-catcher. We gave some access for children, and then we sent this via email. And a tip for all of us who address these issues: when you send emails, it may go unread, totally unread. So the next step was to call all the high schools, junior high schools, and I'd like to thank my team for this, because no vision can come true without a team. So we called all the junior high schools to remind them of the email. And then in that phone call, we tried to persuade them why it is important to have the involvement of schools. What did we ask? We asked for their vision on when it comes to the town and their environment, and this should be illustrated somehow in a poster or otherwise. The next step was to now we posted this poster in all schools and waited for children to take their exams and go on holiday, etc. And we resumed our action in November after the summer holiday, and we organized the World Cafe event where we invited all the high schools, junior high schools. That was quite successful. 50% of the high schools had prepared something for us, but we want to engage all junior high schools in the second stage. And the World Cafe, which much as it was a difficult day, took place on a Sunday. We had a very abundant turnout, and they introduced their projects. There was a Q&A regarding what they wanted from the municipality, what should stop, what should be resumed, what should be new. There were very positive vibes. Time flew. I'm very optimistic about this new generation. They're very knowledgeable people, young people. There was a lot to learn from them. And then we chose to bring nature into the venue because we use the art cafe of the municipality. We want this to be a world cafe. So we brought nature into the venue, into this cafe. We brought soil where we planted bulbs and in pots. And children wrote slogans on these pots, which were the result or the outcome of all the brainstorming that we had during this meeting. Let me say that contact with nature and soil, according to a recent Finnish study, is very beneficial for children. So children have a better immune system and a healthier microbiome when they have gardens around them instead of cement and gravel. It's very useful for everyone being in contact with nature and soil. So these are some of the slogans they used: focus on the environment, save a tree, save a life, nature is our home, all the bad things you do will backfire, the grey of the city eats up nature, less plastic is fantastic, think green. These are all very nice slogans. Now, for this, we were rewarded with GrIn Greek Awards 2024, the Environmental Awareness and Training Awards. Another action that we take every year is we have a representation of
κάτι τέτοιο. Κάνουμε και συχνοσία, μιλάμε για τα προϊόντα
of grape pressing grape in order to produce wine. So we use cork for painting and anything that has to do with vineyards. And this is very joyful for everyone. Another key action that will become an institution is collecting the olives. So what do we do here? We create a festival, or anyone who wants to participate is most welcome. There is a tree, an olive tree for everyone who wants to join in. And it's very nice because we give children the tools, we spread fabric underneath the trees. In Ilion, yes, they have got also questions regarding the trees, the leaves, the fruit of the olive trees. Then we show them how to clean the olives and how to put them in vases with water, salt, and vinegar. Now, the mission is to get to know the olive tree, which is very, very important, to be in contact with its products, and, of course, experiential learning. Another key action that we took this year is called From Seed to Plant. And for the first time ever, we had children in contact with the seeds of plants and the plant life cycle. Many children, when they were asked, so how would where do we find oranges? Where do we find apples? They said they used to answer, we find them in the supermarkets. Well, this is partly true, but it was amazing for them to find out that it takes a seed for an entire tree to grow and to go yield fruit. And this was quite unprecedented. We're very happy with this success and the response rate of children. At the end of the event, we gave out. We gave away seeds for children to use. Bees, very important. They couldn't be absent from our program. We delivered training to schools regarding bees and beehives and the products of bees. At the end, we had an experimental we create a lot of souvenirs with bee products. And another nice action that I'd like you to be aware of is our participation in the 7th International Day of Plant Magic, Fascination of Plants Day, rather. It's a global action. Anybody can take part. It has to do with the importance of plants and biodiversity and its preservation. We chose to have an action in the nursery of our municipality. We asked children to come to the nursery to get to know the entire range of our plants and vegetables. They were very happy. It was a day of learning, different day of learning, a day of learning and joy regarding the 7th Fascination of Plants Day. It was initiated by experts and scientists from around the world, and there are a lot of other examples that you can see. One last thing. We intend to take part in the Horizon program regarding nature-based solutions in the schoolyards. Next time that I'll come back, I'll have more to say about this. And this is my favorite. Whatever, all the bad things you do will backfire. And I hope we'll only do good things. Thank you, Marianthi.
Thank you. Excellent. You're doing excellent work there at the municipality of Ilion. Now, moving on to the next municipality, municipality of Chalandri. Anastasia Nicolaou, are you here with us? Yes. She is an agriculturist and deputy head of the Department of Reservation and Maintenance. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to KEDE. Thank you to the organizers for this very important and very interesting event that enables us, all people working in the green services as employees or political leadership, to exchange ideas, to share our concerns, and potentially come up with some common solutions. I'm going to talk to you about trees. Trees in cities, urban trees. It is the most important part of urban green. They are necessary for conditions of life in the city to be livable. It's not only the shade, it's not only the beauty, are the only things in city that absorb emissions, that absorb the noise, help the absorption of rainwater because they keep the rainwater on their wings and reduce flooding. They are a refuge of biodiversity that we need in our cities. They improve the mental health of people because we need contact with nature, and they also provide financial benefits. We heard the outcomes of the Life Green program, and with energy savings, reducing the needs for air conditioning. It's been recorded that areas with a lot of green areas have increased real estate prices. The 330-300 rule that has to do with equal access to green and the quality of life in the city primarily refers to to be able to see 3 plants from our house, to have 30% shade of our neighborhood, and to be at least maximum 300 meters from a quality green space, which needs to have big trees. But trees in the city cannot survive. It's not self-evident that the trees can survive. They do suffer from the unfavorable conditions in the city. The pollution, insufficient soil, the lack of water, because rainwater does not often cannot reach them, vandalism, excavation work or building work. Trees are constantly under pressure. And therefore, in order to be able to preserve them and keep them large and safe and healthy, we need to use both science and technique. It is not self-evident that a tree can survive, and it's not easy as we thought in the past. That's why we're talking about managing urban trees, using specialized tools, specialized techniques. We now know that trees are something very demanding. The tree biology is very complex. We're still learning how they grow, how they survive, how we can predict their behavior. But working with trees itself is something very demanding. It's work at height, very dangerous tools. Unfortunately, we have accidents both during the actual work and a risk for bypasses. So it's something that we should address with seriousness and with considerable funding. Local authority organizations are the ones that have the biggest share of the responsibility of managing the trees in cities and in demanding areas with many visitors, squares, parks, schools, sports venues, and the trees by the street, the trees that are on medians and on pavements, where we also have the issue of passing pedestrians and cars and the risk of accidents. So we have the huge task of the risk safety of trees, from falling branches or from falling trees, and always also with extreme weather phenomena and with high temperatures. We see that branches fall off healthy trees. We also have trees that are near, networks, power networks and other networks, and the relationship between trees and traffic signs and traffic lights. So this is a question that concerns everyone in the municipality, because in the case of an accident there's also judicial involvement of employees or deputy ministers, and the matter of risk is something that is being discussed every time a citizen doesn't want a tree in their own neighborhood, because they always say that it's dangerous, whereas the truth might be that the tree is hiding the sign of their business, or because leaves are falling and someone could slip. The thing is that we haven't solved the question what tree is dangerous and what is not. The services can now achieve zero risk with the trees. But people think that, but this is not the case. The trees are living organisms. They grow adapted to the condition prevailing at an area so far. When it's suddenly cold, and obviously we can't be certain that nothing will fall off. But this is how the courts see the situation. The compensation have been awarded due to lack of action from the part of the municipality, even in the case of the extreme weather events of media, for example. You see here two guides, one from the US, the other from the UK. They're providing directions and guidelines on how we can minimize the risk of trees and increase the safety of risk, but following the main rules and keeping trees in our cities. If we want nothing to ever fall off, we should not have any trees in our cities. And so we need to have a specific guideline with the help of KEDE, funded by KEDE, in collaboration with scientific organization, potentially the Geotechnical Chamber of Greece. Now, what did we do in Halandri? At one point in Halandri, we were asked to count all the trees, record and map all the trees in various areas and perform the necessary reports and take all the necessary actions so as to ensure that we won't have any falling branches, trees, etc. We started out two of the three agriculturists working in the municipality. We started working on that, leaving everything else behind in order to do this task. And it was obviously impossible to complete it. There were always other urgent business to take care. We did have on-site visits, but the work for removing any risk factors did happen, but the third agriculturalist made sure that all the pruning took place. But this documentation was right. It was asked. We wanted to implement what applies for playgrounds in other areas. Make sure that everything works fine. And in the case of trees, this work is very big, and there came a time when it was time that the project was outsourced to a team that had done it before. It was a team under Eleni Mouyakou from Common Space that had implemented a similar project for the National Garden. So there was a mapping of all the trees and risk assessment of all the trees in 64 areas, 24 schools with nurseries, kindergartens, junior and senior high schools, 17 playgrounds, parks with playgrounds, the 3 great sports venues of Halandri municipality, and the central square of Halandri. So this mapping took place. We mapped out the position of each tree in these areas on a GIS. We collected descriptive information for each tree: the type, the height, width of the canopy, diameter of the trunk. There was a risk assessment based on visual indicators and according to the manual that we saw and all the other available literature. And there were proposals were made on what needs to happen with trees that pose some risk factors. And all this was supported by photographs. The work was carried out in 4 stages. Then there was a development of a methodology. This methodology is non-existent in Greece, and it was based on international literature and the help of our own observations that we knew of the spaces and the various possible problems. There was a trial mapping in the first 500 trees based on the methodology introduced to see whether we needed to make any changes. We did the full mapping and risk assessment for all the trees, and we got the outcomes in the first phase, and we processed this information. The total was 3,818 trees, and this summer the contractor developed 10,000 files, GIS system files, tables, maps, and numerous photographs, of course. This is a very, very small sample, which is indicative of the work that we got. This is a small part. We're talking about thousands of pieces of information. This is a school complex with 2 primary schools, 1 kindergarten and 1 senior high school. Inside the school and the surrounding pavements, we mapped out 93 trees. We assessed all 9 trees. Out of these, 7 required pruning work. It was good that we only had 7 Otherwise, there were different colors for very dangerous. We didn't have any. Some that need interventions in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, in the next 12 months, and the trees that we feel are safe and we should re-examine them in a reasonable period of time. Thank you. Since I don't have any more time, that's all I have to say. It was a very useful work, very useful for us to get this work and then go ahead and start the pruning and all other work that needs to be done, whether it is to cut down or make other checks with diagnostic tools. It would be good to repeat this work in reasonable time when work should be repeated, and do it in other areas as well, especially in the commercial center, and monitor the situation in the commercial center. The services are doing what needs to be done, but we don't have the documentation. Documentation is absolutely necessary. And as we said, unless you know exactly what you have in your hands, what you need to manage, it's very difficult to organize the work that you have to do. One last comment for Halandri, very difficult part has to do with the rehabilitation of areas affected by the fire. We made a mapping and we cut down more than 600 trees that need to be reforested, and we're expecting the guidelines from the ministry on how to do this reforestation in the best possible way. I wish you all the best. We are all trying as hard as possible to make our cities safe and beautiful, and thank you very much. Thank you, Anastasia. An excellent presentation, Anastasia. I would like to congratulate the municipality of Halandri that has done this work, even outsourced, it doesn't matter. And this should be a model that we should all follow, because this is how we'll know exactly what is happening with each tree and in each neighborhood. And we just say here, it would be good, Despina, it would be good to collect all these presentations and have them and post them on the KEDE site, on the website of the program. So we should post them on the KEDE website, the webpage of the program, so that all the members, all municipalities can review them.
Αυτή με το δημόσιο και την άδεια είναι λίγο περίεργα πράγματα, γιατί πραγματικά μας δυσκολεύει πολλές φορές.
Well, since the presentation have been presented here publicly, I think that they're public. So I think we can post them. It would be good for all, because best practice, yes, we see the best practice here, and there are other people, many other people who would like to get this information. Very well. Moving on, next is Ms. Stavrula Katsogianni, Hellenic Union of Technical Experts and Green Businesses. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. For those of you who do not know us, we are the Greek Union of geotechnical professionals and green businesses. It is a union that not only safeguards the rights of its members, but trains and certifies its members, studies issues that have to do with the preservation and protection of the environment, promotes modern technologies, works with agencies that promote scientific knowledge. Our members are certified geotechnical scientists, foresters, and businesses that employ geotechnical scientists. PEYEP is a union that's extrovert and a collective union, and we go ahead making a positive contribution to the everyday struggle of our colleagues. All these years, very briefly, I've selected some conferences and awareness-raising conferences on issues that were of concern of various colleagues. But today, I'm going to discuss best practices that we've had in recent years. We see here information about the trees. This is an action that we have conducted in the framework of the European Green Week, where we have prepared 13 videos talking about urban biodiversity. They have been posted on the PAYEP YouTube channel. The event recently organized by PAYEP on the issue of the Ψηλοτρέχους Συνένεση that brought together people that were dealing with the same issues in order to find a solution, and already solutions have started. But I would like to talk to you about three things. The first thing is that we participate in the Innovative Actions 2019 program that was funded by the GrIn funding collaboration with Common Space. Our part of this program had to do with creating a guide that would discuss the creation of solutions based on green projects ecosystem. You can find this in the website of PAYEP, which refers to the theory and to applied practices in the urban space. And the second part of this project was to train colleagues on this issue, namely on nature-based solutions and how these can be integrated in green projects. That is very important. We need to change the logic in green projects. We can no longer have sterile environments in green projects. This is a presentation. This is what I've been saying. Pictures like these cannot be considered green projects. This is a project called Environmental Park, and if I remember correctly, it has been built in the municipality of Papagos, if I'm not mistaken. It is an area, as you see, that is full of plastic. Instead, let me show you another example. A very small other park which has been based on completely different principles. First, the fence that existed in the area has been reused and applied as pergolas or small art elements. We see fruit-bearing trees, increased biodiversity. We see proper management of water, natural materials to the extent possible, small, soft surfaces, no concrete. We need to change the logic of how we decide green spaces and parks. Another practice, this was one of the two that I wanted to mention. While public space and green spaces are a common good, in reality, a public space often develops by ignoring social needs and financial inequality. This is something we're experiencing every day, whether we live in small or bigger cities. It's characterized by lack of justice, and this fuels and enhances the lack of education that we all complain about, vandalism, etc. Fragmented regeneration work, unconnected, and with extensive use of concrete. So PAYEP, our union, believes that urban green can be a tool that will offer perspectives to our lives and make our cities more sustainable. So we developed a proposal on how a city can become greener. This is a proposal that's been developed since 2010. It's a result of collective effort by hundreds, rather dozens of colleagues, let's not exaggerate. So a proposal that is based on the creation of a network of linear park pedestrian ways and bike paths. Already heard the words green routes, green bike paths, etc. All these, we wish that all these things are made up into a green network, a central network that will develop at a level of municipality or region and meet with the peri-urban green spaces. And a second part, secondary and tertiary green route network developed within the boundaries of each individual municipality. The key characteristic of this network is it should have clear end destination, integrate the needs of the city and its functions, be fully accessible by the disabled and the elderly. We do so many things by children. I don't know if so many things, but we do many things for the children. But there are other needs. The elderly, for example, we've forgotten the elderly completely in our municipalities. Ensuring various choices, traffic choices in this network, with equitable development within the municipality, we place more emphasis into areas that have less green and greater difficulty for movement, and of course be accepted by the residents. This proposal was presented in various events, in TV channels, in the Environment Committee of the Parliament, and we are truly happy if we see that some municipalities have adopted some things from that and implement them. A third thing I'd like to mention is protection and proper management of urban trees. The tree, as the Secretary General of our union, Association Allow said, is not addressed as infrastructure and an asset of the city. And that's why you see in Greek cities we seldom meet tree monuments. This happens because quite often when we plan to do a regeneration, the designers will design the new square, the new space from a white sheet, right from scratch. I don't know if you recently saw the design of the Attikometro, what the designers were given for the Exarchia Square to the west and Kolonaki Square to the left, two white canvases with the metro exits and ventilation shaft, thousands. If we just search online, we'll see many things with destruction of trees. Even if we replant the trees, it's not certain they will manage to survive. And if they survive, they have been taken away from the space where they were. So this is another issue. If we plant new trees, it's not certain that we will survive. A recent study in London said that 30 to 50% of new trees does not reach the age of 10 years. So PAEP saw the problem that was there with images like the one we see here to the left, and the pruning of trees, the heavy pruning there of trees. This is my second to last slide. So PAEP became a member of the EAC, and it received training through the EAC, and offers training, has already implemented 2 seminars for the proper management of urban trees. We see here some pictures, some photos with Greek and foreign arborists, and the next objective is to be able to certify Greek arborists that will properly manage trees. The European Arborist Council has developed standards for the management of trees, pruning, etc., and prepares now the standards for the safety of trees. I believe that as a country we should accept these standards and work on these standards. We see here that the left is a tree with a person pruning it, and to the right we see the end result. So the work that needs to be done has nothing to do with the picture I showed you earlier with the heavy pruning. To conclude, I'd like to invite you to the conference organized by our union and the Agricultural University on the 22nd, 23rd November at the university. You see the scope of this conference. And one final phrase: in order to have sustainable cities, which is something we all want, I think, we should put priority. We should stop the prevalence, the dominance of cars. The chaotic legislation should be aligned. We should set specification and we should observe legislation and change our way of thinking. We should have true and actual green areas, a lot of green areas.
No, I've got no question. I consider what you said very important. All people involved in pruning, tree pruning, must be certified, because along with Mr. Karedzos, we visit various municipalities, and in most cases we identified false, incorrect pruning, and this is very important, has to be legislated, enacted, so that municipalities only hire specialized people. This is very important. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Vangelis Karigiannis now, Municipality of Tanagra, from the Environment Protection of the municipality, and a compatriot of mine.
Η του πατέρα μου είναι από το Δήμο του κυρίου Κοφαντάρη, την Πύλιο. Αλλά εγώ έχω γεννηθεί.
I was born in Livathia. I work in Tanagra. Our practice, we mostly deal with the environment, and we deal with environmental incidents, drills, etc. Of course, quite often we receive proposals from companies for tree planting operations. We have proceeded to 3 tree planting actions. All trees were sponsored by private companies, so at no cost for the municipality. And we expect to have another one, which has not been implemented yet, as we're still looking for the right, we're expecting the right time of the year, which is end of the autumn, and another one at the end of the year. So I will be very brief, Mr. Kafadaris. We really liked the practice of the municipality of Heraklion using the treated sewage water for irrigation, plant irrigation, because of we currently have this drought problem, which is already tormenting several areas in the country. So this is a very good practice, as sewage water usually end up in the sea, and sea does have water, doesn't need any more. It's best to use sewage water for irrigation. I hope I haven't taken too much of your time, and I also hope that more speakers can be taken now the floor. Thank you, Vangelis. Short and sweet. Brief and concise. Okay. So, last but not least, Thivakis Nikos from the Botanical Garden of Lyosia. Online with us. Can you hear me? Nicolas, yes, we can hear you. Before I introduce myself, I'd like to say that is the garden what you see in the background? Yes, it's what you see in the background. Okay, so we can see it online. Very nice, thank you. I spent 20 years of my career in municipalities with Kostas Patakos, Hiotakis, and Giorgos Patoulis. So 3 municipalities over 20 years, and I've been involved since the beginning of this project. Now, can you now see my screen? Because I'm sharing it. I was asked, and I thank KEDE for this invitation. I'm a member of the Dimitra Institute of Phytogenetic Seeds in Thermi, and our botanical garden belongs to this. It's close to the Kilkis municipality. We work for a local government organization, and it is the educational role of the Greek garden, Hellenic garden, as a good practice in the public space. And I made presentations in various municipalities in Greece and abroad. So, thank you once again. I thank Despina, who took care of this agenda. So, educational role, because a relationship with greenery is ongoing and has always got something to tell us, something to teach us. And I've used the Life Green project trademark, which is one of the most successful ones ever implemented in Greece, because it has got GR in its title, GrIN. And in 2016, in our initial discussions, the idea was to introduce Greek native and indigenous plants into Greek parks. So, having said this, I'd like to say one more thing. And responding to a question, you see the design of the botanical garden. Mr. Ioannidis, the vice mayor of Marousi, said at some moment that we lack resources and the right people. So I'd like to let you know that we have got a school in our institute from which hands-on specialists graduate, people who can be gardeners, and we hope that in the future we'll also have a second specialty, which will be that of tree specialist. It is an institute that has very useful graduates for all municipalities. Being the last speaker, I will also make a recap regarding the project. So Life Green set biodiversity as a priority in urban green areas. It was based on collaborative design and planning. We heard all these from other speakers. The approach was related with climate crisis, and the Dimitra Institute was involved, especially in this one. And for the Greek garden, the key is visionary. If we were to say who was the one who first inspired the Greek garden, is Pikionis. Pikionis, who always used natural indigenous vegetation in his projects and made it available to everyone, like in the case of Paphos Hill. He was the father of Greek garden. For us, seeing these are some pictures of Piccionist projects from the past, like the Botanical Garden of Athens. This is the first good practice coming from the past, Piccionis. His educational role, and we say that we want the gardens to have all the nice aromas and aromatic flowers, aromatic plants, to follow the cycle of the seasons and to attract other living organisms like wild animals, fauna at large, and people, anything that can add life to a green space. So the definition of the Hellenic garden, this is the official name, Hellenic garden. You can see it on the slide. It sums up all the good practices that we heard today. It's a standard trend in the national gardening. It's a planning, constructive, and management approach through natural species and indigenous species that express culture, environment, history, heritage, and all this gives out the notion, the aroma of Greece. So the Hellenic garden, you can see one such Hellenic garden in Thermi, in our institute. It has been set up, it was set up several years ago in Thermi. You're all welcome. A lot of schools come and visit it. And of course, it relies on Greek flora, strictly. Through Life GrIn, we had an informal synergy when I was the president of the Institute of the Sigru Forest. And we had a lot of visitors. It was a very good opportunity to showcase the Hellenic garden there. And we did this with the collaboration of the University of Thessaloniki and the University of Agronomy. And in the context of Life GrIn, the citizens of Marousi visited and to measure the green indicators. The use of local flora, the Balkan Botanical Garden of Krusia is a national trust in terms of its flora. We cultivate various species in our nursery and then we use them. And in the botanical garden, we have the planting of indigenous species on the spot. Malupa is the coordinator from our institute. So the very good practice, which is a very good practice, very closely linked to Life GrIn, is the Hellenic garden, because it gives precedence to indigenous species, which especially those that are endangered. So the municipality of Thermi, one such Hellenic garden was built, was created next to a playground, and children from a very young age see the use of Greek flora, Hellenic flora. And this is the program. It is a landscape architecture proposal. The park was created, was constructed. We also created an educational area. Now, the nature-based solutions consist in this is a rooftop garden that you see here. Because the question, what do we do with the wildlife This rooftop garden is split into two. And one part of it has got wild weeds, and the other part has got other flowers and plants. So we need to maintain weeds for the purpose of the health of a garden. So through the wildflowers and the seeds of wildflowers, you can have the proliferation of gardens. In landscape architecture, we talk about the creation of new ecosystems. And when it comes to green infrastructures, a lot has been said. There is the dry vegetation, which is, we see this a lot in Stavros Niarchos Park, where there is a lot of green in spring and autumn, and only brown colors in winter and summer. This is a picture that we have to grow accustomed to if we want to manage water resources properly. And a key application, very important application, is the flower exhibition of Kifissia. In the past 20 years, there is a special department where we showcase gardens. And I say we because I used to be the head of this fair for exhibition for many years. So we create small types of gardens indicating various solutions, be it without water for children, only herbs. We talked about the greening of yards and backyards in Pendelli, for instance. This is an idea. Greek gardens, the Hellenic garden doesn't stop in Greece. There's a Dilos Hellenic garden in Sissinghurst, and Nigel Daniels, a major professor who uses wild seeds in Brighton and in London, also built Hellenic gardens. So you see parks like this in London and Brighton. And here in France, where we see that lawns are being limited gradually, and Hellenic garden concepts are being implemented. Also in historic gardens, like in Nausa. We also have the historic garden of the Theological School of Halki. And to come to practical aspects that concern us all, the truth of the matter is, and we have to tell it, there are some pros and cons with Greek plants. We have got what is positive is that there's a link with the nature and the climate, morphology, etc. But there's a shortage of these plants in Greek nurseries, and it's not a good idea to import them. The picture of the image, rather, of the garden can be quite dry. Sometimes they look sort of dry, and the blooming period is rather short. However, all of us, we showcased the Hellenic garden in various exhibitions and fairs. And Nikos, if you could conclude. Okay. Others took the floor before me who said less relevant things than I have been saying. Anyway, this is another Hellenic garden in 2003 that was awarded. And this, in the right-hand side, our Hellenic garden outside Nantes in France, using only Hellenic plants and Hellenic species. So the Hellenic garden does exist and can be implemented elsewhere, not only in Greece, and hopefully we'll have good quality greenery around the world with Greek species. Thank you very much. We thank the speaker, who was the last but not least of the speakers. And this is where we conclude this session about good practices from municipalities. And now, very quickly, we're going to discuss the following. Okay, fair enough, but how will all this be done? Are there any programs? Is there financing available? Are there financial instruments to fund these good ideas? Dear Yannis, Mr. Goupios Yannis, Director of Economic Development Organization, will talk to us about the financing programs that are available, that are there to meet the needs of the municipalities.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me, dear Dimitris. I think that this is very interesting. Of course, financing tools are quite complex. How much time do I have? Well, you don't. Anyway, you're going to have my presentation. I'm going to talk for 4 or 5 minutes. I'm going to point out, discuss 4 or 5 points that are quite useful. I lost my glasses on my way here, so I can't read easily. These are the co-finance programs, the funding sources for this period for the local authorities. You saw the partnership agreement, the Common Agricultural Policy, the Recovery Fund Greece 2.0, and the European competitive programs, the national resources, the GrIn funds, because everybody has mentioned because it's a key, is the Antonis Tritsis program that many municipalities have already used. It's the NEARCHOS program, that's for island municipalities, and the National Development Program for the upcoming programming period. I'm not going to talk about the partnership agreement so much. I'm just going to point out 5 areas, but this presentation has to do with all financing tools, not only green areas. I'm going to discuss green alone. As you know, partnership agreement has 5 axes. The first policy objective is the private sector, has to do with the financing of businesses. The second has to do with the environment, which is quite important. The third has to do with transports, fifth, social policy. And then it's OHI VAP that are very important for green as well, because this includes all the integrated support. Is it okay with the glasses? Yes, thank you. So, you see here the partnership agreement funds. These are the programs that are being implemented. The local authorities can use some of those programs. I don't think they can all be used. Let me just say that the critical ones that have to be reused in the upcoming period is the whatever has to do with the environment. And of course, regional programs where we're going to have the most funding tools for local authorities. There are increased funds and increased funds in the regional programs. Now, among the key changes I would like to discuss is just one, that in regional programs and sectoral programs, there is the planning of calls, so we can know when the calls that have to do with local authority-related issue will be launched. So it's of critical importance to go on to the operating programs, because now we have the planning of the calls. It's saying for the entire year what calls will be announced when, so we can prepare the projects and designs that we want to mature for the upcoming period. And DATA has developed a guideline for that. I'm not going to discuss all the rest. You can read it yourselves. Second point I would like to raise is that for the first time, established and operated the regional development planning committees, and ETA will play a role on that. Just 2 words for the programs themselves. First one is environment and climate change, which also includes civil protection. I will only discuss environment and climate change. You see the key directions. The second axis, which is adaptation to climate change, which includes a protection of erosion and combating desertification. This will fund mostly big projects that have to do with Attica, some strategic regeneration, metropolitan regeneration, the Falliron front, which are very important, some urban regeneration projects in some municipalities, but mostly the municipalities will be funded by regional operational programs, by ROPs. I'm not going to discuss waste and liquid waste. These are issues of biodiversification. There will be some funding actions by Environment and Climate Change program. Now let's talk about the regional programs, because this will include any programs that exist in the policy objective 5. You see here the actions of environment. The second axis of all regional programs have to do with environment, sustainable green and environmental development, which could include tools that have to do with the environment. You see here in the regional programs what the calls that are being planned. Most are in the regional program of the Central Macedonia that has to do with various funding programs there. And of course, social infrastructure and employment. I'd say that the most critically important tools that municipalities have at their disposal, especially regional municipalities, is the integrated spatial development, which are strategic areas for the next period that has to do with the urban space and rural space. There's two. And I would say that this is a participatory process because it is based on the bottom-up participatory planning. So in each region, I think all capitals are included in certain projects, but some municipalities have procedures. So one of the programs that are of critical importance and have to do with environment actions that have to do with sustainable development. I think all municipalities now, at least with the big municipalities, are developing some sustainable development programs. I'd say that in the previous period, issues regarding urban sustainable urban development did not go very well. It's a new tool, and there were many problems. And that's why there's going to be a program to support sustainable urban development in the upcoming period. To close with regional programs, just a small part that has to do potentially with LEADER. Within the framework of LEADER, there are some actions that concern the protection and promotion of the natural environment. So LEADER, the Rural Development Program, there are some actions that could be used in the framework of these programs. Now, a couple of words for the Recovery Fund. I think that the actions of the Recovery Fund are now being completed. There was a large project for regeneration. Some municipalities have participated. Local authorities from the 18 million total budget, I think will absorb 2.5 billion from the recovery fund. One of that was the regeneration, but the program is now closing the calls because it has a very strict time schedule. The projects must have been completed and paid by the end of 2026. The GrIn fund is a big part that is very big on urban regeneration programs. You see the programs here. I think the next speaker is going to discuss this briefly. The GrIn fund is quite important, and I think that we should use even more resources, and as a local government I've set a target to use these programs because the resources of the GrIn fund should be headed more to the municipalities. I think that one of the objectives of KEDE is to increase this percentage because monies are not being used. Reaching the end of my presentation, I'm glad to say that the problems that we have at the local government are numerous. We have a lack of staff, unable to prepare and mature projects, especially in small municipalities and in large ones. And since the programs are competitive, I think what's most important is to have correct planning and correct preparation in the municipalities. In this framework, I think that not only knowing the sources of funding, but knowing what are the needs and designing the projects and helping this project mature. There will be available funding sources in the future to cover the needs. At ETA, we have issued 2 guidelines for the partnership agreement, and you have full picture of all the projects. And we have a guide that is constantly updated for the calls issued and all the calls issued by all operational programs, whether sectoral or partnership agreement or recovery fund. You can see them, integrate them, and email is being, and ETA sends an email to all the planning directorates of all municipalities. And today I saw one of the first guides that ETA had issued 1992, which was the guide for urban green, 1992, by Nikos Margaris and Vangelis Papas. So I'm just included that in my presentation just for show. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, you were perfect and in time. Thank you. Yanis Roupios has been a friend and a associate of KEDE for many, many years. Oh, my glasses.
Λοιπόν, κλείνουμε με τον τελευταία εισήγηση.
Last presentation by Mr. Nikos Pseimenos, who represents the GrIn Fund, our fund, and experts on climate change, Greek Life Task Force, who will discuss the tools that local government has at its disposal from the GrIn Fund and from LIFE. Thank you very much. Let me just say that the GrIn Fund, sorry to interrupt, the GrIn Fund gets the money from municipalities. They're never paid. A small percentage. This is a small percentage. This has to do with the chairman of the fund and the politics. To have more monies in order to implement all the projects. It's very important to get all this. Thank you very much for inviting us. We are quite happy to be with you, to be here with you. Obviously, the LIFE projects are our children here of the GrIn Fund. I'm going to talk to you mostly of European programs because that's my own direction. So the LIFE programs as a national focal contact point, we look after them and we offer financial support. We make sure to reproduce the result and disseminate all the actions that are being implemented. There are numerous projects implemented in Greece, and unfortunately the practices that we receive feedback on are very important. Let me talk about the LIFE program. Many of you may not have had any involvement, or many of you may want to get involved, and that's our role, to involve you in LIFE, because we're in open contact with Brussels. We bring all information directly from Brussels and we try to convey it into the Greek reality. It's the key funding tool since 1992. The key axis was nature and biodiversity, so a large part of the funds was being diverted to biodiversity. They started developing, started changing with the passing of time. Various sub-programs were created under LIFE, and the purpose was to see implementation of this. LIFE GrIn was an iconic program in Greece and in Europe. We want to see the implementation of actions, of best practices. We don't want to see research actions, many pilot actions. We want to see in practice some actual results, whether this has to do with urban green or any other area. So this is something different to Horizon. We want to see the implementation. Now, As regards the structure of the LIFE program, there are various documents that you should be aware of if you want to submit a proposal. The calls have closed for this period, but it's a very good time now to hear your ideas, to help you develop your ideas, and why not generate a project. As general direction, the European Commission will want to develop projects with great impact and improve legislation like GrIn opened up the road and gave us a way to better implement parts of the national policy. We place great emphasis on the implementation and application of European policy. It's something that the European Commission asks, so a policy area is something that we come across quite often. So you need to know the regulation, the multi-year work programs, and the calls that are expected in the months to come. Who can submit an application? Local government organizations are included. Everybody can submit an application. Public agencies, private commercial organizations, private non-commercial organizations, not natural persons. And of course, as GrIn Fund, we have a major role of co-financing public agencies and NGOs by participating by covering part of the own participation. Many believe that LIFE is a not so attractive program as regards part of the funding is covered. We as National Contact Point can help you. We can help you zero your own participation if your proposal is successful. Of course, I'm going to explain the process. Some historical data regarding the proposal. We had 266 projects from 1992 to 2023. We see the budgets at 436 million euros and 240 million euros with the contribution of the European Union. Four subsectors, nature and biodiversity, which is a main core of the projects that we review, circular economy and quality of life. It has which concerns many sectors like waste, air quality management. GrIn can also be included there. Mitigation and adaptation to climate change, which is a part that I'm responsible for, and we've seen beautiful projects grow in recent years, and transition to pure clean energy forms with higher co-financing percentages. The co-financing starts from 60% to 95%, which of course is more attractive for energy. The submission is done in one stage on all areas. You need to be knowledgeable of funding and tenders because submission is electronically. GrIn started in 2018, had a very difficult route, and also because of COVID and because of management requirements, because it was a heavy project. You had the transition from the old system to the new. The old system required a lot of effort and monitoring on the part of the European Commission. Now everything is a lot simpler. We can explain all that. You can consider us at the GrIn Fund as unpaid consultants on program LIFE. We are very knowledgeable of what you need in order to prepare a proposal. We can bring you into contact with everyone you need in order to fill the gaps in your consortia. Various projects that can result are either strategic for nature or strategic integrated project, technical assistance project. Strategic projects are greater range and national projects. We have implemented we have created 2-3 such projects for biodiversity, for circular economy, and for climate change. What concerns you more are the standard action projects and projects that concern other actions which are a bit more specific. In the GrIn Fund, we participate in numerous projects. You can come to us with your proposal, with your idea, if it has a national character, so as to contribute as joint beneficiaries in that. I participate in the Greek Life Task Force. We're trying to it's a capacity building project to try to improve the quality of proposals in Greece, to raise the bar, have more successes. Life Health Bios, which has to do with biodiversity and urban green. 3 strategic projects, Life IP for Natura in biodiversity, IP Adapting GR, which is also linked to Life Green. There are many synergies. Say Greece concerns circular economy and participate in various traditional projects. I won't go into more details now. Just remember that we can contribute to your own participation. Don't see this as a deterrent to go into a proposal because you need to pay 40% off pocket if your product and the idea, the proposal and the project is successful. We can contribute to that 40%, and on many occasions we've covered all this on participation. We all get money, and it's something that you shouldn't hesitate. Now, for our projects, we're trying to help the community. I'm not going to go into greater details. It is it's a bit difficult now in the afternoon. I've mentioned our objectives to increase the proposal to 50%. It's something that we have succeeded at this year. We've created another strategic project which is national importance with 17 partners, including the Ministry and the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Environment. It has to do with maritime environment and the protection of the maritime environment. The National Spatial Plan for the Marine Environment, the blue economy and the management of ports. This was the direction. I think we're going to have very good results. Moving on now to the GrIn Fund. Many of you have been funded by the GrIn Fund. I see many people whose projects have been handling, we've paid off and we're monitoring, and most of the things that we saw today have been done with funds from the GrIn Fund. I'm not coming here with money in the pockets and with open calls. It's the end of the year. I'm going to tell you what's happening with the calls. We are a supervised agency, for those of us who don't know us, of the Ministry of Environment. We are the money box of the Ministry, and we're trying to bring together all the environmental financial funds and redistribute them in the market. Our clients are, so to speak, municipalities, regions, universities, NGOs. So we make sure to create financing tools for the protection and the regeneration of the national and urban environment. Our revenue comes from various sources, especially from environmental fines, charges and taxes. The GrIn Fund, the registered office is in Kifisia. We want to please come and share your ideas and proposals with us, with the management. We as experts, we are fully knowledgeable on all areas. We can hear you, listen to your ideas and help you channel your actions. The funding programs for 2024, we had the environmental equilibrium, natural environment and climate neutrality, protection and upgrading of forests, European programs. Again, we divert some millions there to support life programs, protection of marine environment, which has mostly to do with the Port Fund and sea protection agencies. There's an open call. Unfortunately, we are almost at the end of the year. This October, this call is still open. Has to do with the urban regeneration, the axis of environmental equilibrium. There were 3 measures in these calls. The first has to do with the key priority and preservation of enhancement of green, support of green, the projects to for the streams, to train streams, linear planting projects. Measure 2, intervention to the urban landscapes, use of water permeable materials, planting and use of indigenous Mediterranean species and other sub-measures. Please take a look at the call. There is going to be some follow-up next year. This will continue next year. Rather, we are in the process of trying to create a call, so it would be good if we could have a concerted action between municipalities or partnerships of municipalities or network of municipalities to generate ideas and submit them, because these ideas are used in order to raise our calls. Our team listens to the ideas, we prioritize these ideas, and we create the funding tools. We are also an agency which monitors the projects, we evaluate the proposals. We are an agency that we hear your needs, we listen to your needs, and as far as payment of projects, our stand is that which is close to contractors, close to beneficiaries, providing guidance and not cutting back on money. So we're trying to offer the right direction in order to achieve the maximum possible absorption rate. These are some information that has to do with urban regeneration. In the previous calls, how many municipalities participated? 137 in the first one with 50 million, in the second one 125 with 24 million. The one call is still open. Some examples of projects we've heard many examples. Well, once I have very few, we knew that most of the things we're going to discuss today are projects of the GrIn Fund. Let's talk about the environmental upgrading of the Antoni Stritzis Metropolitan Park. You see some before and after photos. There were some main interventions in the leakages of the reservoirs and the channel. Individual actions we financed for the protection, the fire protection, and rehabilitation of forest infrastructure, and a very large part of our resources is earmarked for extraordinary needs, which unfortunately has to do with climate change. I don't like to adopt the term of climate crisis, because behind the crisis we've experienced a lot of crisis as the people, so it would be good to keep a low profile and create what we can create and cover the needs. Moving on, and what I can announce now is that we know we had some funding tools of previous years that we expect to have at our disposal in 2025. These have to do with information awareness raising actions, which are innovative ones. This is a small, low budget tools. In previous years it was up to 50 million euros. The first vehicle to submit such proposals are NGOs, but we want to have a partnership with local government organizations or university or any other body. I think this will come next year. We might have increased budget per proposal and reaching 75,000 euros. The direction is biodiversity, circular economy, and climate change. The extrovert actions will will be in place next year as well. We had many projects on the extrovert actions, a low budget up to 15,000 euros, has to do with extroversion, some conference events organized by local government organization or other state body. And let me give you an example of a project from the National Environment. KEDE was a beneficiary for climate change and resilience. I think there were multiple benefits. We built a network of municipalities. We got a lot of information for networking information, developed skills, and provided targeted assistance. Many initiatives, which is a consignment that stays with the municipalities to be used in the future as well. To conclude, let me just say that 2-3 months ahead, we should make the most of, listen to your ideas so we can properly channel the funding tools. So both KEDE and municipalities have a leading role to play given their experience in the implementation of projects. So we want to hear from them, and rest assured that we will move in this direction overall. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. It is truly all these years made great efforts for Life Green and municipalities. We know that there's a lot of things to be done still, and we can understand that by Google that we see that it is this is a society full of cement. Each municipality and each agency have finite strength, so partnership can operate to resolve such issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a very well documented speech. We'll see if there are any questions now. And it's good for you to take notes so that to note these questions and answer all of them at the end. I suppose there are going to be questions because money is always an issue. So to take your seat at the panel and take note of the questions. Now, any questions from the online audience? Anyone who would like to raise a question, they can switch on their microphone and raise their question. It seems that everything has understood everything. So, no online questions. Any questions from the audience in the room regarding the financial instruments? The gentleman here. Thank you. My name is Asiadis Michalis. I'm an agronomist. For 10 years, I worked for a municipality. I currently work at a university. The question is for Mr. Tsetakis. Yanis, join us here as representatives of KEDE. I don't know if there's anyone else. First of all, one of the things you showed on your slide is that you lack the expert staff. The expert staff was engineers and lawyers. In the book of KEDE in 2010, and the Kallikratis book, where the technical staff was accounted for, included IT experts, engineers, but no agronomists, no geotechnical experts. You can't have green spaces unless you take better care of the greenery services. Second, you talked about projects, and I believe the Green Fund is about projects mostly. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know much about the Green Fund. I'd like to let you know that when we have got plantations, excavations, irrigation projects, it has been repeatedly ascertained that these are not projects, but rather services or procurements. Do you consider this as KEDE, that all these things of which we've been talking concern projects? But you can't have projects, vegetation and plantation projects. They account for 50%. Of all the projects I've seen, I've never seen one that is only about green spaces. We built a 40-acre park, and the green budget was 4%. The rest was concrete, tiles, coracenite, and other hard materials. KEDE doesn't intend to ask for greenery projects that will be solely about urban green. And when we talk about urban regeneration and stuff like that, municipalities, when I work for municipalities, understand that they can build a new pedestrian way or to rebuild pavements, but no green. KEDE should, I believe, should ask for more green, more trees, more soil engineering, irrigation projects. So do you think in this direction? And finally, everything that we've been talking about, all these projects have to do with the installation, because we need management and preservation for these projects. There was a proposal in the past for local government organizations to raise, because so far they've been raising the funds for maintenance and preservation from own resources, own funds. It was discussed that there should be municipal fee charged for these projects. But unfortunately, a number of mayors objected to this back then in 2010. So if we want greener cities, if we want to preserve green spaces, if we want to monitor green spaces, how will we do this? Where will we raise the funds for this? Because this is a recurrent cost. Okay, thank you for your questions. A first response on my part. First of all, the issue of agronomists, you're right, because the competence before the green projects, the agronomist work belonged to prefectural government. They were responsible for agronomists as well. But since we haven't hired anybody, we haven't hired any engineers or IT experts or agronomists. So on this occasion, there should be an understanding reached among various bodies, because we want to have geotechnical engineers, we want agronomists, we want experts, gardening experts, because an engineer and architect cannot take care of gardens alone. And this is a priority for us, and we have recorded this. We don't make the recruitments. The municipalities can hire staff on contract because there are posts, organic posts in local government organizations for agronomists, but this depends on the needs of the individual municipalities. Now, when it comes to preservation and maintenance, we have to look into this, because the Green Fund finances these projects, or the RRF also finance projects, but maintenance in Greece is has always suffered, and we need to find a solution. You build a road, and then 10 years later, because you don't maintain it, it's totally destroyed. So the issue of maintenance is something that concerns municipalities, because there might be financing for the construction and creation of projects, but we lack the resource for maintenance. The state pays for the maintenance of schools and roads and other projects, not for green spaces. Now, this is currently discussed. Because there are provisions for public use areas, but are in green spaces also public use areas? And because this is where they belong, and this is how should be discussed. Yanis, I think that the colleague is right. The staff issues have been ailing for years. The last recruitment of agronomists was back in the Cappadocia projects when we hired 600 agronomists along with accountants and others. No other recruitment has been made since. Now my slide was included mostly engineers because it was slide on projects, not services. But of course, projects do include green actions as well, green planting, not just roads and pavements, etc. We need to take this into account. Back in the area of Clisthenes, we had this discussion on two grounds. First of all, when it comes to municipal fees, the problem was that we didn't know what kind of municipal fees we could charge for this, because it would be a tax at the end of the day, and it was the time of the financial crisis, and it was difficult to impose yet another tax. And I believe that KEDE must request funds from the Green Fund, this 2 or 3%, which has to rise to 10%. And then we can have actions for green spaces and urban regeneration. This is a burning issue that has been raised by KEDE, and in our other next conference, it will be a key issue. In our conference on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of November in Rhodes, we have to see. We are going to discuss this increase in our financing from 2 to 3% to 10%, and this is we have to see. Mr. Psimenos, you have the floor. I'd like to talk about the new invitations and the financing tools. In previous presentations, we saw that regeneration projects are not green projects. These are like, for example, playgrounds with a lot of cement, a lot of concrete and plastic. That might be nice. That includes some green, but it's not purely green. It's not about green vegetation. This is something that we noted, and in the next tenders, we are going to be more strict about this. We're going to ask for the mapping of all the species per subject, and what will happen, the before and after, what will be the outcome after the project. And this is going to show the increase in the green within the urban centers. Now, maintenance is a very fair request. And the issue is that we can't easily monitor maintenance. It's something that will have to be transferred to your competencies. I believe that this is something that we can have in the future, and perhaps more money could be allocated or earmarked for this purpose, because it's very important. Now, this is why PPPs in recent years are awarded when they include maintenance. One more question, and then we can close. Kyropoulos, Vice Mayor for Sports, Environment, Energy and Green from Patras, Municipality of Patras. I have submitted a question in writing. If you could read it out, because it hasn't been answered. The question of my friend, the agronomist, corroborates the rationale of my question. And so did the speeches of the representative of the Green Fund and ETA. I believe that every event is important, makes us wiser. We heard experts, we heard different views, we heard municipalities that took initiatives, and well done to them. And I'd like to congratulate everyone who has so passionately been working for the municipality. Ms. Kamakiotti, can you read my question, or should I describe it? Okay. My question was, or is, the following. Given that climate change has caused an acute climate crisis, we're talking about climate crisis, not climate change anymore. And we shouldn't be afraid of the words, but rather of the reality and the greenhouse effect. So, given this, given that also, given everything that has been highlighted by the experts and some representatives of municipalities, that I think you too, Secretary General, highlighted this, that our cities, contrary to other European cities, were built in a chaotic manner. And also, given that in Greece, we don't have the flora. It's not consistent with the Mediterranean or the indigenous flora of the individual areas. And something else that was not heard, let me note this. I'm not an expert myself, but I've talked with experts and scientists from our university in Patras. A typical characteristic of Greek cities is something an important feature, and it would be interesting to listen to the experts here, is that there is no coherence between the suburban and the urban green. In other words, we in Patras, for instance, in our city, Patras, first of all, is the city with the largest area, third in population, and first in area, and third in green, but ugly green, poorly maintained or even abused green. It is a city that extends from Panhaikon to the sea, like the municipality of Ellinikon Argyroupoli, and has several forests within the city. Listen, I understand what you're saying, but is there a question for you that we can answer? Yes, but to raise my question, I need to make my contribution. Is your question relevant, however, to... Yes, well, let me come to my question then. So given all this, and I also have to say, of course, that there's another issue, that there is a gap between the threshold of WHO and the weighted average of our Greek cities. We think that is a fit if we have 2.4% of green, and the threshold is 9. Anyway, given all this, our cities, not only Patras, need tree plantations, green, extensive works and green projects in order to get to an acceptable situation. It has been highlighted. We heard about the financial tools and the representative of the Green Fund. We heard the other speakers, the other gentlemen, who talked about the financial tools. And it doesn't seem that any money is available for this purpose alone. And there's a difficulty in the disbursement of the money, and the difficulties are objective. Somebody said that last year, I think Mr. Psimeno said that 30%, 40% was dispersed last year, so there is no money. So my question is, in my city, where we need to plant trees and shrubs, dozens of thousands of trees and shrubs, in order to eliminate dead plants, decayed plants, plants and trees whose roots destroy buildings and pavements, also trees and shrubs that are not consistent with the Mediterranean flora. Where will we find the funds to do this? Are there such financial instruments, and which are they? We haven't heard anything of this relevant. Thank you very much, and thank you for you. Before I pass the floor, I'd like to tell you that we showed good practices from the municipalities of Ellinikon and Argyroupolis. I don't know if the mayor left. He's here. He presented a set of projects, a series of projects in an urban area, a city, really, metropolitan municipality. So a series of projects, through projects and programs like the GrIn Fund or on the RRF. So I believe that there have always been programs and projects for us to create green spaces. Of course, there has to be something else too, not just green spaces. So I'll pass the floor to you now, if you have got anything to add regarding the percentage per citizen. Well, unfortunately, Greek cities have this poor particularity, unpleasant particularity. They were first inhabited, and then green spaces have been looked for, searched. So now we need to tear down buildings in order to find green spaces. But at the end of this event, I believe that it would be important, those who are the decision makers, the mayors and vice mayors, to understand the importance of green. When we say green, as Stavroula said, we mean green. We don't mean a square made of concrete with 5 or 6 trees. And this needs to be well understood. This is quite important, because most squares that I see, and all small pocket parks, as they're called, they're paved squares with a couple of trees. We've seen this in Leopoli. Okay, maybe the problem there is not as bad as in Patras, but we need to at least understand this, that our parks need to be parks. Small green areas should be green. That's it. Yes, please. You may also add.
When we talk about urban green, I started talking about urban green infrastructures, not just parks. We can find other ways of greening, or consider that we're greening the cities, and considering in verticals, we have urban streams, for example. There are very rich green spaces that already have vegetation, and we can use them. We can have green roofs. We can have vertical gardens. Because I've been hearing about again and again about the lack of spaces. We can solve the problem of the lack of spaces. Now, as regards the square meters of urban green, you know, globally, there's not a global definition of what is urban green index per residence. You see the evidence of Copernicus. You see how great a rate they give per residence. They take into account the peri-urban part, which includes Parnitha, Pendeli, etc. Yes, it is the case, but when we see the green index per residence, we should ask ourselves what we mean. In many municipalities in Europe also include private green spaces. They include the schoolyards. cemeteries, churches, all these spaces. Do we include them? Are we taking them into consideration in our calculation? Do we use them? I don't know. The question is, I'm asking this because I don't know. There is a comment being made off the microphone. Well, yeah. Well, it's a good thing that there's churches also, and there are some spaces there, green spaces. I knew about Heraklion specifically. One final question. Let me also add one more thing. Now, as regards finding resources and funding tools, we, on our part, we are having an issue of how municipalities or beneficiaries can submit a proposal. So there is many agencies have a difficulty to, first of all, in submitting the proposal, of course, the usual suspects, the municipalities with experience, know-how, staff, the municipalities that have taken things to another level. However, smaller municipalities find it hard to do that, find it hard to submitting a proposal, and we've created funding tool for small municipalities, less than 20,000 inhabitants. So that's where your contribution is required. If there's a municipality that doesn't have any cooperation at another level, you should be able to help them in such financing tool. And another issue that we are dealing with is the absorption of funds. There are many projects that are stagnant, and for one reason or another, there might be red tape, and we too are asking a lot of documentation for the implementation, but absorption of funds is indeed a major issue. So there are projects that could go ahead with very small changes. We, as a GrIn fund, we stand by all these agencies. We point out the difficulties, help them, and in essence we are improving the whole process to facilitate things and help resources being absorbed. Paraskevi. Briefly, in conclusion, I would like to say that Electri is a very important project because of the occasion to open the discussion for urban green. Mr. Kafadaris, maybe we should see how through KEDE the municipality can continue this dialogue, and indeed with the other stakeholders like educational institutions, research institutions, even private organizations, private bodies operating in the area, and place special emphasis on that. And Ms. Tsagari, I would like to ask you whether there are any thoughts of what happens now, all this experience and know-how that resulted from the project. What's going to happen? What does the team think? And let's hear the last question in order to answer both questions to the gentleman here to the left to conclude. The microphone of the gentleman is off. Okay, there was the issue of know-how, terminology, and sizes. I'd like to ask Mr. Psimeros and Mr. Goupios about the programs regarding absorption. You said it is low, and the availability when you design a research program. What about the availability of other agencies to be involved? The municipality is not alone, and it seems that it cannot operate by itself. They don't have the time to prepare the proposal. They are understaffed to follow the procedure. The innovative issue that you raised for LifeGreen and you consider as an iconic development is something else that maybe was not mentioned. Was this partnership between research bodies, private bodies, municipalities, and ministries? All these together made this project iconic, and this managed to go ahead because there was a complementarity, and this model was created. Do we keep this model in the next proposal, or are going to be again individual. This call is for the municipality, this call is for a research center, or two of them. This will probably help absorption and will also help create projects, will have some essence and continuity and completeness. So when a person thinks by themselves, they reach up to 10%. If 5 people think together, they're going to get to 100%. And first, the second question is the maintenance project that we discussed. The projects for maintenance are small. All these projects last a little while, but maintenance of such a project is forever. So we're talking about a constantly financed program, pillar, action, you name it. The flow to Ms. Tsagari. As you said about the projects that the Life Green project, what now? There is an informal contractual obligation to monitor these projects for at least 5 years. The Institute has ensured and Ms. Solomou has created a reserve so that we can monitor that. Ms. Solomou, biodiversity and flora, and Mr. Prudges will monitor other issues. So there is funds have been insured for 5 years to monitor the projects and see if any mistakes have been made. And as far as I know, both municipalities and Heraklion and Marousi will ensure that at least the projects for... I'm going to reverse it. As regards maintenance and preservation, I mentioned this earlier, for us it's kind of difficult to monitor the maintenance of projects. Obviously it's a very important aspect and has a big cost which will have to be borne by the municipality. However, imagine now in a large period of time with all those projects, imagine having to be responsible for monitoring the maintenance. We're talking about a maze, a very difficult project. The responsibility will have to be carried over to the local government organization, but the monitoring of resources would have to take place from the GrIn Fund. And this is a very complex matter at this time, but definitely we're going to have to move in this direction. No discussion about it. And I agree with you. And I will combine what you said with the afterlife, the 5 years that Mr. Tsagari just mentioned, the afterlife of Life Green. Imagine now the European Commission to have to monitor European projects, another structure, another complexity. Imagine the Commission having to monitor a project for many years, not only 5, but 20 years, which is now recommended in Europe. So we're saying that the results that the project Life Horizon should have not a 5-year horizon, but a 20-year horizon. It's something that they ask, and what it is included in the proposal. I'm taking it to at a European level that even the European Commission sets a very low bar regarding the monitoring, with 5 years is almost zero, and how projects are being monitored. A large range of projects. This is a very difficult mechanism to set up, but I agree with you that it will have to be set up. Now, moving on to partnerships regarding the funding tools and how various agencies should be involved. We've realized that quite a few years, and funding tools that we launched, for example, innovative actions with citizens that concern NGOs and associations. We ask that there is a local government organization behind that, because of the action of information, which was a small budget, that was 50,000, will be 75,000. We want this to be passed on to the society. Because this will ensure that this know-how, this idea will be adopted by the public, and this information will be conveyed to the public. Another example is research and application concerned research institutions and university. Again, we asked the partnership with a public entity, public body. It was in the research, but we wanted to see its application. You're right, this is not value for money, but I want to believe that in the future calls I have to do with technical projects and generations, we will have all the guidance, and we're going to use all this information. We're going to have the proper documentation and the confidence and certainty on our side that monies are being used in the right way and with the right technique. Regarding the next step, I think that a life greener or a life green 2 is included in the provisions of the European Commission successful programs and projects. We've seen that they are being resubmitted with new innovations, with some new directions, which in essence still have the same name as the previous project. We have a Greek Life Task Force Plus. Next, greener, I don't know, but it is something that is advisable. So you understood today that there is a research team with the Institute has done innovative things with the ministry and the 2 municipalities, and we are at your disposal for any submission of a plus proposal. Thank you very much. First of all, after how many hours have we been here? After 7 hours of quite important information. The point is not just being in a hall, but listening to important information from presentation, questions, etc. We saw that the European program, we see how this mobilizes society through local government. We saw 2 municipalities, Heraklion and Marousi, that are pilot projects. We saw other municipalities that presented not only their programs, Argyroupoli, Elliniko, Agios Ioannis Redis, and other municipalities, Halandria, etc. So this shows that indeed there is fertile ground for this, fertile ground to further pursue these programs and to enhance the sustainability of urban green spaces. And this is something that society deeply needs. So I believe that this conference today is a successful one. I want to help on behalf of KEDE, both Mr. Tsagari and Mr. Kodigiannis and Mr. Papaspiropoulos, the partners of our program, and all of you, the Greek Green Fund, Yannis Goupios, all speakers. Indeed, your contribution has been very important. We will post all presentation online on the web page of this program, so as to get this information, have this information available. The point is not to be here in a hall, but we want this information to reach the people who didn't have the time to attend this meeting today. We want to convey this information everywhere. Let me just tell you that local government is ready. It can implement programs. The funding tools are there sometimes, other times they're not there, or we're asking for them. Just let me say that the recovery fund, when it was designed in 2020, KEDE was the first general government agency that submitted an integrated action plan for local government worth 5.5 billion at the time, because we think that it's very important to participate in the consultation. And we had included then a large percentage, a large part for rejuvenation and green projects in urban areas. So a big thank you for your presence here. We'll talk again, and just know that KEDE is here along with Ms. Hamakioti, whom I would like to publicly thank once again for her contribution. Where all of us are the team, we will go ahead in order to finalize other life greens, BECs, DES, so that to expand across Greece. Thank you.
Να πω ότι θα υπάρχει στο κανάλι του YouTube της ΚΕΔΕ μόνιμα το συνέδριο αυτό, για όποιον θέλει να το παρακολουθήσει και τεροχρονισμένα. Μπορείτε να το παρακολουθήσει στο κανάλι του YouTube της ΚΕΔΕ.